find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Sorry guys, the title didn't update from the stream last night. I got it updated now. Sorry about that. It's been one of those days. I should have known it was coming. But I am here. I'm gonna start the timer and grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Dip black, Freddy shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Inside of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades.
Welcome. I'm still here, so. It's been a rough day.
Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His
You guys remember when the biggest thing in your life was like, oh man, we got school tomorrow? Man, I don't want to take a test. Are you kidding me? I think I'm gonna skip. Go get some breakfast at McDonald's. So their proof is the video that we watched, basically. Everybody, that whole community that has been sharing around that video, the guy who claims that the other guy had a paintbrush, that disrespectful as fuck video, that's why I wanted to watch it. That's their proof. Then they have some other thing saying she didn't exist, that it's actually some other girl named Ashley Anderson or Ashley something else. It's just stupid, man. They don't have proof of any type. Oh, Travis, are you in here?
I want you to listen to me.
What happened to everything going on this weekend? Did they move it again?
Submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind.
Tomorrow. Oh well, that was 19 hours ago.
And you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears.
Did they have it? Oh, they moved it again. Okay. I'm sorry. I've been kind of checked out today. I was on the computer this morning to tell everybody YouTube was fucking me over, and then I left for a long time.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a short.
Here we go, boys.
Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like...
Okay, I got you. I didn't know. I know that they moved it forward and they moved it back. Then I didn't know what happened. It's no big deal, man. I was
Baby, lizard people, aliens.
not paying attention anyway, so.
On his desk, a retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go.
I'm not very good about, I don't mean to be, but I'm kind of a flake with shit like that because I get sidetracked too easily.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen.
Freak out on shit.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
Alright, here we go, guys.
Seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet.
You never want to use the phrasing butt fuck it.
My shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped.
That's phrasing 102. We had 101 the other night. Whenever you say, I met this guy once and gag. That was 101. 102 is don't use butt fuck it. Thank you for joining us, guys. I am Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. We are on our backup channel because not only have YouTube struck down my channel for inciting violence for celebrating Nasara Gassara, but now they've taken down a total of 8 videos with one common factor. That would be one Mr. Douglas Kuzma of the Three Chin tribe. I'm not sure that's official. I saw that on his wiki page. I just saw it. I don't know. He seems to, I don't know what's going on, but we're fixing to get to the bottom of it, hopefully. We'll see what's up. There's been 8 videos removed. Most of them in the middle of the night, like a bunch of pussies snuck in and did it. 2:32 in the morning or whatever. So we'll see how that turns out. But thank you for joining us tonight on the backup channel. We'll be back on the main channel in a week or so if they don't strike it down. We'll see. Again, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. You guys know the links. They'll be popping up in the chat if you want to support any of that. Who the fuck knows? We're supposed to have a fundraising show this coming week on Tuesday. I'm supposed to be on iHeartRadio one day. I'll stay on top of all that stuff. Yeah, I'll try to keep you guys informed. I'm going to drop the links in the chat. If you guys want to help out with that, cool. If you don't, understand, got it. And let's hop into some videos. We got a special one. In honor of the 4th, we missed this, but they finally uploaded it. So now we can check this out. They did not remove a single video from Frog News that I can tell. I know you guys like this part of the video, so I don't want to cut it out for you.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed.
But
when a long train of abuses and usurpations same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
so I can kind of see one or two issues. So either 2 of those videos had already been reported. I was told that they were reviewed and they were in good standing. They didn't violate any terms of service. Later, they were pulled. So either someone at YouTube wants this narrative to continue to spread, whether it be for maybe they're a believer, maybe they want division within the right wing and to make us look fucking crazy, or someone contacted YouTube over the videos and used some legal jargon, because I know personally that scares them. I know other creators that have hired a lawyer to send a letter to YouTube saying, if you don't take this down, we're filing, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden those videos come down because they don't like what they say, because YouTube has no fucking backbone and they're not going to stand up for anybody except for YouTube. One of those two things happened. I don't know which one, but you can't go from, we reviewed it, it didn't violate anything, to, yeah, you violated, you're inciting violence. Okay. You didn't catch that the first time?
When he starts out, I'm like, wow, I've never heard that before. I'm like, hey man, and he wanted to continue. Oh, you want public attention? You want me to go Patriot Street Fighter on YouTube right here at church? Because I will. I said, you know what, why don't you come up here and you tell your story. Let's see who stays around. See who wants to hear your story. They're not here to hear your story. They're here to hear mine. They're here to hear mine. See, this is where I am in this point in my life.
So this kind of started in the middle, but this was someone coming up saying that, like, why didn't you talk about the country? Why did you talk about, like, your life story? And he's like, you come up here and tell your story and see if people listen to you. Okay, so we a dick measuring contest, but I thought this was a tour to save the country. Turns out it's a tour to pay off his next house.
Today, I don't care if we're in a church. Don't give me your bullshit. Where's your politeness? Where's your respect? Right? This is what's happened to society, is that we allow people to step inside our space and disrespect us, make public examples of us, and we're supposed to do what? Step back because it's in a church? Are you kidding me? These rules apply to me everywhere. I don't care where you are. Decency and
I don't think, me personally, I have no evidence to this. I don't think they paid anybody anything. I think that this goes to the top like we've been talking about before. I think this is Doug by way of Bonafide, by way of Lynn Wood and his fucking friends. I think Lynn Wood is building the Lynn Wood multi-channel cheerleading network to where they only cover news and Lynn Wood's opinion and follow his ass around to make him a millionaire over, like he's already a millionaire, to make him more of a millionaire. And I think he's pulling the strings from behind the scenes, and he obviously knows attorneys that that'll help him, or at least a paralegal. And I think either Doug requested it or Bologna Fried said, hey, we got to get this guy off our ass. Let's do this.
Public respect is the most important thing that we can have toward each other. Decency, public respect. Now the other
public respect is not the most important thing that we can have towards each other. It's actually an open dialogue. I can publicly respect the fuck out of you and go home and talk all kinds of shit, and then go behind your back and talk all kinds of shit and convince people that you're a crazy person. But if we have open dialogue, we can get to the bottom of issues. So he's just randomly saying shit that fit his narrative. Public respect is the most important thing humans got. Okay.
Because they roll out their weapons like Antifa and BLM and protests, and forget physical attacks, but the things that they say to you, and we're supposed to back up because they get in our faces. What do you teach your kids when you retreat? What do you teach the next generations if you retreat from your own ideology, political philosophy, your spiritual beliefs? What do you teach?
Says the man with a entire security detail to keep people from disagreeing with him. What do you get if you retreat? You get Scott McKay.
Them when you do this, I'm going to back up because they're coming at me too hard. Because there's a bunch of them, there's just me. What do you teach them? Folks, when you're right, you're right. And if you are right, that righteousness is rooted in the power of your Creator. Right is right, wrong is wrong. So why would you retreat when you have the power of what's righteous that's given to you by your Creator?
By the way, this was his July 4th speech at Buffalo Chip. He claims that Buffalo Chip's office is infiltrated by the Democratic establishment and members of the cabal, and they were mean to him and his supporters.
You're going to step back from that? That's why you should step forward.
Hold on. I think I have the audio clip. Let's listen to that again. That was funny. Hold on. Let me log into my super secret account and go over to the Patriot Street Fighter account. It looks like we found some cabal members right in the front office. If I was a biker, I wouldn't even go to Buffalo Chip.
Hey, Patriot Street Fighter, Scott here. It's about, I think it's 3 o'clock Eastern time. Headed into Columbus for the event tonight. You've seen that right above here. Just want to let you all know 2 things happening this weekend up in State College, Pennsylvania. We are going to be staging a bike ride. Anybody wants to bring their Harley Davidsons to the McDonald's?
I don't think this is it.
We are staging for a 1 p.m. departure, so if you come p.m., that's in Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania, that you guys take off. It is outdoors at C3 Sports Complex.
Let me scroll on up. That wasn't it. Let me find another voice message. That one's blank, so that one's not it. No one doesn't have any audio. They were mean to us, and if I was an American biker, a member of a motorcycle club, I wouldn't even go there.
Hey, Patriot Street Fighters, it's about 11:18 here, somewhere near Sioux City, Iowa. Left Sturgis yesterday, and moving eastward, going to be in St. Louis tomorrow for the event there. Just want to give you guys an update. We did a show last night.
I think this is it.
On Revolution Radio, of course. I did live stream it. I'll look at it today. And the problems I have with getting consistency is getting into the internet sucks, quite honestly. I can't really.
By the way, he only does live streams when he has 5G service, and actually has devices to block 5G service in his mobile van.
Figure that out.
His bus.
$16.95 for the high-speed internet, and you still have all kinds of problems with it. But his hotspot seems to be working. Okay, yes, Milk Toast. I've got a special piece of apparatus here from Sasha Stone that I plug in the bus safe from 5G. We had Alfredo Luna on. You guys got to hear his story. Him, and so he does have a GoFundMe, and you guys know I ripped just a little bit of attention there. You know, $1 or $2 here or there can certainly help a guy who's fighting the deep state, FBI coming after him, DHS, whoever, and he's law enforcement.
I don't know if this is it or not.
He's not going to stand for battlefield warrior. Also, the guy to ask about wealth accumulation. Silver's had my attention, or whatever currency you have. Shit goes.
Okay, that's the one where he wants you to buy gold. Damn it, maybe he deleted it. They were very mean to us for 4th of July. I'm sorry about Robert David Steele, but I didn't know they were going to be so mean to us.
Hey, gang, I just want to give you an update. I'm out on the road with a bunch of riders today, and I just got word week 2, 3 weeks ago, whatever they said. I just want anybody on this channel to know that if tickets are being sold in my name, as I'm being told by Steele, for $1,000, that has nothing to do with me. That's a fraudulent activity that's happening on federal property that's not even legal, and I wouldn't be involved in it. Anybody who meets me on the tour, it's 100% free. The only time there's any tickets required is if I have a specifically labeled Patriot Street Fighter fundraiser event, like we did in Reno, like we did in Texas, in Dallas, like we did also at Penn State. But everything else, to get a chance to meet myself or even Sasha, costs no money. Now, if anybody got screwed out of $1,000 thinking it was going to meet me, I'm going to tell all those people, you're going to get your money's worth, even though it's going in the pocket of somebody else, because I'm going to follow through on somebody else's promise if that's what's necessary. So just understand, if you know anybody that's now making these complaints, this has nothing to do with me. That's Steele's operation. Whatever he's doing, that he's trying to bring money in, that's what, again, using my name like 1,000 other people do. I don't really give a shit. I just want to make sure that it doesn't get attached to me, has nothing to do with me, but I will meet every single one of you people.
Listen, he said that he doesn't give a shit. So I'm proud to announce the Patriot Street Fighter event, Johnson City, Tennessee, happening tomorrow. Selling tickets, $500 a piece. You get a meet and greet. You get to sit on his lap and tell him what you would do if you had a $5 million tour that bought you a brand new Harley and a new house, and maybe even get a hand job. I can't guarantee that. I can't actually sell sexual favors, but I'm not going to rule it out.
I'll be back there tonight at the saloon at Buffalo Chip. We're riding today. We're going on a ride tomorrow also. So I recommend, if you guys want to meet, come over about 3 or 4.
He deleted, I think.
We've got a late afternoon event. Myself, Sasha Stone, Lee Dundas, Dr. Sandra Rose. I'm hoping Dr. Stella Emanuel can join us. Chief Justice, Lakota Chief Justice Ted Williams is going to be there. We're going to do a panel there. It's going to be an interesting venue. We're going to do a panel, but we're going to do a lot of meet and greet. So I hope we squared that away. But if you show up there, just know that if you're looking for myself or Sasha, we are definitely going to be spending time with all of you tomorrow. Thanks. Love you guys. Hey, Patriot Street Fighters. It's about 11:18 here, somewhere near Sioux City, Iowa.
Yeah, he deleted it because this is the one about gold again.
Also, I'm going to do one here today. I got to connect up with Dr. Kirk on Sovereign Advisors, going to capital preservation. So that's why you have for 1 o'clock today, if necessary, here to College, Pennsylvania on the 10th. We'll have a show we're going to do there at the offloaded in PA, be ride in Central PA. Going to organize some type of ride on Saturday, the day out there, spreading the word, building the army. Every one of you guys are doing it.
Yeah, he's deleted it. It's fine. He complained about Buffalo Chip, said that they were mean to him in the front office, and he thinks that they're part of the deep state and the cabal. And if you're an American biker, I wouldn't even go there.
People today think I'm an asshole, right? Well, some people do.
Wow.
Do you think, now that we've spent over a year together, do you think that affects me one bit at all? What they think? Have you noticed that about my personality since I started the tipping point?
Yes, absolutely. If you didn't care what people thought about you, then a channel that started with 1,100 subscribers that made a video wouldn't get addressed on 9 of your live streams and at 2 of your live shows. You can't keep claiming that you don't care what people think about you, but if someone makes a video critical of you, you fucking have a meltdown.
I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. Not 1, not 2, not 10, 0. I don't care. I don't care.
0.
If people like me. I mean, if they do, that's great. If they dislike me, do I care? I do not care. Why? I've dealt with them for 30 forking years. I'm done with their bullshit. I don't care. I hope they hate me. I am looking for enemies. I'm looking for enemy targets. I'm looking for enemies. If they don't like me, they don't like my message, what do we now know? Smoke out. Smoke out. Patriot Street Fighter is a smoke out operation. We're going to find out who's who.
Anybody who doesn't like me or disagrees with me is clearly not on our side. Not a Republican. They're part of the deep state and the cabal. It's a smoke out. Smoke out. Smoking poles.
Who's fighting for the country, or who's fighting for their own personal interests, or who's fighting for the insane left? We're going to find out. They're everywhere. There's some here. Trust me. They're in the audience. I guarantee it. Before the night's over, I will smoke one of them out. I would sneak out right forking now if I were you. I would sneak out. If you retreat in a friendly fashion, I promise I won't say a word until you leave. But we've got
the fuck does that even mean?
In this world where you never retreat under any circumstances. I've been like
He's
this
already identified someone who doesn't like him in the crowd?
since they pulled the mask on us. I did it from day one. I knew what it was, yet everybody bought into it. You go out in public, and they would publicly shame you. They would all look at you as...
I'm not allowed to go into depth about what I've heard about the tour, but Scott's scared to death on his tour. Scott is scared to death that a certain person who's called him out in the past will show up, that some of this person's fans will show up, and that they will be wearing merch from the Meat Hammer Militia.
A certain way, and here I am in public. I'm at an Aldi, and I have 2 people that are in line in front of me, probably millennial range roughly. So there I am with no mask on, and
enjoy your night, Michelle.
what happens? I was actually startled. This guy turns around and he did something, made some noise, and I was startled. I said, he goes, get back. I'm like, I'm backing up, like, what? He goes, you don't have a mask on. I stopped, I said, what? He goes, you don't have a mask on. I said, but you do. He says, I said, doesn't yours work? He goes, yes, but you're supposed to have a mask on. I'm thinking to myself, we are now in the evolution of a public embarrassment scene, but not on me. I look at this guy and I'm thinking, holy shit, I'm going Patriot Street Fighter right here in public. So I look at this guy, and my brain, when I'm under stress or in attack mode, my brain goes 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's like I turn.
Scott just said, when I'm under stress or attack mode. Scott McKay is so scared that he has that let's just say that they have images to identify members of the Meat Hammer Militia.
All things going across my HUD right here. I'm like, okay, let me analyze this situation. Now I can say this because my mother died from an obesity.
This is almost the exact same story he told about the movie theater when he pissed off when he pissed off 107. So he had a story about a movie theater, and he had freaked out on the manager and blah blah blah. I don't know how it actually went down. This is the same way he tells the story, but he actually when he told that story, it mirrors this story, and apparently the rumor was that 107 got mad at him for what transpired after that. I don't know if any of that's true. That's just the rumor.
Related disease. I'm looking at both of these two, slightly to grossly overweight, okay? And I'm thinking, are you shitting me? You got 9 obesity-related diseases weighing down on you, right? And I said this to him, I said, are you shitting me? You and your girlfriend both have 9 obesity-related diseases weighing on top of you right now, and you're worried about an effing, and I said what I said?
First he was thinking it, then he's like, oh, and I really said it too. I wasn't just thinking it. I was thinking, no, I mean I said it. Okay.
And then I just kept hammering away. Why? Because I had to defend my ground. Right? Am I going to put up with that bullshit? No. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? They were in full retreat.
Nah, he doesn't really have a show in Johnson City. What I was saying was, like, if he doesn't care if people use his name, I use that to make some money.
The person behind the counter.
And to be like, that dumbass just didn't show, man.
Who sees me there all the time is because they think I'm just the greatest guy, I'm the nicest guy. I polite to everybody. They're like this, like, holy shit.
Well, so no, he didn't have to belittle the guy because he was overweight or his girlfriend because they were overweight. But Scott's the type of person that the only reason that he worked out is because he thought people were judging him. Like, he was never good enough, so he has to stay in a gym, and then he has to take tests, and then he has to become a weightlifter, and then he has to do bodybuilding, and then he has to, all trying to please his dad, which he never could because clearly the failure of getting into the military, budget cuts, was enough that he, at least in his mind, thought that he never was enough for his dad. Right? He's had that complex his whole life. And since then, he's been chasing it around. That's why he wears a fucking girdle. That's why the man wears a girdle. He literally says on shows, oh, well, what you guys don't see is I'm strapped up tight underneath here, holding it all in. I look like he used to, he doesn't say it anymore. I look like a Snickers bar left on a picnic table in the sun when I take it off.
Watching this, I saw them. Now, do you think these two idiots are ever going to pull that in public again? They're thinking, I don't ever want this to happen again. I'm not going to take the risk. I had it happen again. Well, a couple times. But when it happens, it's full Patriot Street Fighter coming out of a UPS store. Just set up a new mailbox. Guys behind the counter are nice. Great guys. Walking out the door, here comes the dude, middle-aged guy. He flies out around me with a box in his hands like I had a disease. He's running out around me, and he said something as he's looking at me on the way by. And I'm stopped at the door, and I was like, excuse me? And he said something. I said, what did you say? He said, you don't have a mask on. I said, I don't. I said, but you have 2 masks on. I said, don't they work? And he said, you're supposed to have a mask on. Here it goes again. Fast. And I looked at him. I said, you know what?
One, he's out of breath. He's only told the 2 stories, and he's out of breath. How many people do you think are fucking shaking in their boots from this random guy at the grocery store not wearing a mask when he's out of breath recounting the story?
I said, you've got 2 masks on. You're twice as stupid as that guy.
That's the same. That right there is apparently the same thing he said to people at a movie theater months ago, back in February, I think.
Shut him down. I shut him down. Right? And I don't say it in a humorous way. When it comes Patriot Street Fighter, believe me, it's a throttle. So the 2 guys behind the counter, brand new, they're like standing there like this. Holy shit. They're watching me. They like me because I'm a nice guy, obviously, and they see, we get a stack of mail like this about every day, Patriot Street Fighter. They're like, holy shit, who is this guy? I said, what do you mean, who is this guy? I'm Patriot Street Fighter. Look, Patriot Street Fighter's my last name. All these boxes, all these gifts come in from you people. So anyways, well, I love all you too. I love all of you too. I do. You've given me a reason to actually want to be alive. You really have.
To actually want to be alive.
I have no idea what that means.
I didn't want to be alive anymore.
Love you all. And I can say that it's not cliche for me because there's no reason why I should have actually come back when I was in that grave. No reason whatsoever. And the catastrophic injuries I had to overcome. Just
stabbing a walrus.
And
They're always stabbing a walrus.
Going through an ascension process, and that happened. And then whenever I recovered from all of that, I was, had no disability. I was crippled, homeless, penniless 8 months after the crash. I refused disability, had to find a way to survive. I did. A friend of mine took me
Refused disability.
So I fought back for 5 years every day, just attack, had all this wreckage, incredible pain. Attack. I just never stopped.
Attack.
And I come from the national competitive bodybuilding stage, so I've done this a long time.
How can anybody like this guy? He's on a tour to save our country where he stands up and talks for an hour about how cool he is, how badass he is, how he's better than you, how if you don't support him, then you're an evildoer. It's part of the cabal, deep state. And then listen how good I am. Listen to what I overcome. Listen to how amazing I am. Listen to how cool I was back then. Listen to how cool I am now. How? Like, I don't understand how people even follow this piece of shit.
And I knew just keep an attack. And then one day I'm good again. I have my life back. I'm now working again. I'm walking again. I'm riding again. I have my new dream bike. I'm coming through an intersection, downtown Dallas, 2.5 months into riding my dream bike. A big Texas pickup truck comes through an intersection at high speed, blows it, destroys me all over again. I'm flying across 6 lanes of traffic at a major intersection, downtown Dallas, destroyed all over again. Leg here's broken, clean, around all the metal, above my foot, complete 90-degree break here, foot's turned inward. I had a 30% chance of keeping it the first time. This time I'm going to lose it. So I end up in a trauma center again, and I'm thinking to myself, I just had this epic comeback. I had this massive ascension leap. I knew God wanted me to go through a process, and now I'm laying here destroyed again, and I'm looking up, are you shitting me? That's what I'm thinking. So what I didn't do...
Are you shitting me?
And I said to myself, laying there, to these surgeons, I said, well, I had an epic comeback. I guess it wasn't good enough. God wants me to have a super epic comeback. What? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe today.
I think God wants you to stop riding the motorcycle. I think that's what God wants. Get off the motorcycle. He doesn't like it. He's not a fan.
It's a culmination of what's happened with all of you who've learned about Patriot Street Fighter. And people tell me this every day. Wherever we go around the country, you taught me to fight again. Scott, you taught me to fight again. And I think all of these examples that I had to live through, incredible pain, incredible poverty. I was in abject poverty for 7 years. 7 years. But I fought back. I never stopped fighting. And I think part of this was all to teach you people how to fight. You never quit. You never give up. You never fork and back off, especially with these scumbags, these maniacal school board members, these people that are destroying your community, these city council members, all of these scumbag, I can't think of enough words for these people. These people have wrecked society. You didn't. They did. They did. They wrecked society. We didn't. We're good people. They want more of what they're doing and think it's going to work. It's never going to work. They're just destroying society. So we have to put a stop to it. And if you're willing to just have the guts and the balls to stand up, go to school board meetings, gather a bunch of you, get in.
I should have never started a GoFundMe for the house and what all was going on with. I should have just started a tour, taken the country back tour. I should have run around and told everybody that we need to save this country and giant aliens and I should have just went with that. That's what I should have done.
In their faces.
Been too easy.
Organized, start attacking. They always run, folks. They're cowards. Vail, Arizona proved it. A national example. Hundreds of parents showed up. They rained it down on these people. These people not only left like cowards, they took a step further. They resigned their positions. They resigned their positions, and they voted in a new school board right there that night. Killed the mask mandate. These people will always run if you.
I'll do your laundry.
They always run. They've never had opposition. Dr.
We haven't checked on the laundry guy in a while.
167 seats run unopposed just in San Diego County. 167 seats.
We could have had a vacation. The kids could have seen the country. We could have been in Mount Rushmore to see Donald Trump base jump off the forehead of George Washington on the 4th of July. We could have done all this. Would have been awesome.
In one county. These people walk in by default, take over, start this maniacal.
Good deal, Joseph.
Humanity. Imagine this all over the country. Why? Why the hell don't we show up? I know you're busy. These people don't have jobs. Their system, the Democrat Party, finances them. Soros finances them. You have to go to work and raise a family. And I know you don't have time to get involved in this, but guess what? Tough shit. Tough shit. Get out the door.
Now.
Some time and get involved, because if you don't do anything, they will run us over and they'll destroy us. You have to get a little extra time.
If something happens and we end up homeless, I'm gonna buy a camper and we're driving around the nation. Hope you guys got events planned for us.
Into the game. I don't want to talk about politics or religion. Get out of the country. Get out of the United States.
Exactly. If the wreck wasn't his fault, even if the person didn't have insurance, didn't do this, didn't do that, even if, still he would get a judgment against them. He would own those people. They'd be done for. But he was probably found at fault, and that's why he ended up broke and penniless and everything else. If that story is even true.
Construct freedom of religion. That's the only thing that counts. If I'm ever dating a girl, she doesn't talk about politics or religion. Bye. That's.
Oh God. Bye. That's my test to see. I remember this part. He doesn't put the locations down for his tour until it's really close. That way, no one can plan against him. No one can call and say, "Hey, this guy's a fucking psycho. Don't have him." Blah blah blah, kind of deal.
That's my interview. See ya.
Just troll him one day behind his rallies. Also, he's doing a part 2 of the tour, I guess,
It won't take much.
after the dates end.
I'm telling you, it will not take much to topple this house of cards. We have the numbers. We outnumber these masters by the billions. If we simply step up, 5% of us, 5%, we still massively outnumber them. They have never had opposition. They have never had come at them what they've been dishing out to all of us for the last 20 years, specifically the last 5. They have never had that to deal with, ever, because we're dignified, right? We're righteous people. We have virtues, so we don't conduct ourselves like that. That's why we're losing. That's why we're losing. You got to become an SOB in a fight, folks. I do not allow anyone to use my virtues against me. I know who I am. I know what my Creator thinks of me. I'm very happy about that. I sleep peacefully at night. I look in the mirror. I love who I am. I love what I stand for. I'm proud that I took this path in my life. I'm proud that I've made all these decisions in my life. Very proud. But I'm not going to let them use these virtues against me. If they want to fight, I'm going to bring every dirty piece of ammo that I got. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to use anything I can grab to crush their philosophy.
This is a fucking joke, dude.
It's not fair. I'm not in this for fair. I'm in it to win. I'm in to bury these scum.
Listen how awesome I am, guys.
Cause this man to buy a shirt that says "Save the Kids." We have no more time to play, folks.
How much money is going towards saving those kids? You sell a shirt where you exploit tunnel babies. How much money goes to tunnel baby? Oh, it all goes to you. Oh, yeah, and PayPal held it for 6 months so you didn't make a dime. This man is such a piece of shit that he claims that he has not made a dime from Patriot Street Fighter, except it just covers his expenses and his costs and his living, and bought him a motorcycle and put him on the bus and paid his house payment and paid his phone bill and paid all his bills that he has in his house, his electric, his utilities, everything going on, his rent, his mortgage, his insurance, his vehicles. But he claims that he hasn't made a dime. Above and beyond, providing for his every need and desire, he hasn't made a dime. Fuck.
Once I learned about this, satanic ritual abuse, brutal sodomy, murder, gutting, cannibalism, and an adrenochrome factory on our kids, are you telling me you're going to sit back? You're not going to step up? You're not going to contribute? You're not going to a school board meeting? You're not going to get in somebody's face? Because under this ground right here somewhere in South Dakota, right now they're going to work full-time on a baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? Somebody is working over a baby right now. Right now.
Under the ground in South Dakota.
As I'm here, somebody is doing this to a...
Why are you above ground? You seem like such a badass. Why aren't you down there with like a flashlight in your mouth, that pistol drawn, low crawling in there, coming in through the ventilation system?
Baby, an infant, right now. And you're telling me I don't want to fight because, really, I'm not talking to you. I know you people are fighting. But any of you weak ones out there, you milquetoast pussies wearing your sister's skinny jeans, on our side, you better get in the fight.
Well, there's sister's skinny jeans.
So I'll say this, folks. You have a great lineup here, and you're going to...
So when he first got called out, probably the first 50 times about the T-shirts, he said, and I haven't even told you folks. PayPal hasn't paid me a dime of the money from the T-shirt sales. You want to know why he hasn't mentioned this? Because when PayPal sees strange activity on your account, happened to me when I first started selling merch through a personal PayPal account. When they see strange, large activity or random activity or activity from all over the place, they want to make sure it's not a scam. They freeze it for 6 months. He says this. He makes this announcement that PayPal hasn't paid him a dime, that they're keeping the money, blah, 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 at about 4 months after he started selling merch, okay, after it got listed on the Q Army website, or Q Gear, I'm sorry. He hasn't mentioned it since because the 6 months is over, and he got that in a lump sum, the same way I did, the same way they froze my account for 6 months to make sure it wasn't fraudulent or terrorist activity. There's a lot of banking regulations about weird activity on your accounts post 9/11 with the Patriot Act. And that was one of the things they brought up. It was froze to make sure it wasn't terrorist activity, make sure it wasn't this, to make sure it wasn't that. They froze it all, okay? And since then, it's been released. They only hold it for 6 months. That was the maximum they could hold mine.
Hear a hell of a voice. Wait till you hear Lori. You think I can light it up? Listen to her. She brings a real high vibration. But I'm going to tell you this. I promise you, as long as I can keep funding that bus, this bus is funded by We the...
If he brings it up again, he's fucking lying.
And put me in some air of reverence. Okay, that bus is not like Washington, D.C. These massive ivory towers. the day.
That's just that. But this bus is not like Washington D.C. This is just like a $400,000 or $500,000 bus that I've wrapped with my name and my face on several sides. I've got a trailer behind it that's wrapped with my name and my face and my radio show on all the sides. And I loaded a bike in there that not only you guys bought, but you put a custom paint job on, a custom Save the Kids paint job on that I can't ride. That's not like when people buy stuff and put their name on it. It's not at all. They're completely different.
They build so these average schmucks can walk out of that building with a suit and tie on or a nice pantsuit or a business suit and have you look at them and you see the building and then you see this person say, oh my God, that's a powerful senator.
You see the bus, then you see this douchebag.
It's all bullshit. They do.
That bus is exactly like that. That bus is exactly like that. If that bus is not like that, why does he need his face on it? Why does he want it? Why does he say he needs to drive around and stir up drama? Why does he say, when you see the Patriot Street Fighter bus rolling down your street, you could guarantee that I'm bringing the truth hammer? It's all a publicity stunt. It's all a publicity stunt. The same way you see somebody in a suit, you see them standing in front of a building, you think, oh, that guy must be important.
Do that so you inject reverence into your mindset for who these people are. Don't do that to me. That's not fair. When I step off that bus has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you, because you funded this thing, and I'm going to drive that bus down the throats of every scumbag city and town in America as long as you fund it. That thing's going into Manhattan behind enemy lines. I'm going to drive it right down their fucking throat in Manhattan. It's going there.
He's down to Manhattan, driving it down their throats.
Bullet holes put all over the side of it. So
I'm gonna let them drive it to the base of the shaft. What? What'd you say? Till I gag on it. What? Scott, stop. Chill.
Going through this shit. Somebody already got him. Don't even fire at him. Fork those scumbags. I'm going to Manhattan. And you know what? They think, oh, he thinks he's brave? Let me tell you something. I'll be on that bike behind it rolling through out in the open. That's what I'm going to do.
I don't think so. As short of a publicity stunt, I really don't think that he'll be any. I mean, Manhattan's not the rough and toughest place that he's trying to describe, but I don't think he'll be in any ghettos, in any rundown places, in any projects on a motorcycle behind his bus, unless he's got, his 14 security guards in tow.
That's your money at work. You have given me the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to be able to go out there and fight for you. Now, I also expect from you, if I'm coming out in the open, there's a flaming arrow looking for me.
The last time I was in Manhattan, it was pretty nice. I don't know.
Give a shit. These people don't scare me. They don't scare you. If I'm going to do that, I'm just going to ask you to fight. Just do something to get in a fight. And if you get in a fight, I will keep raining down this thunder on these bastards until they're in a box in the ground and dead, and I can go home. Thank you very much. I want you to enjoy what you're about to hear. Listen to this beautiful voice, Lord.
The only part of this video that's missing, the reason the first part's missing, is the part that he accused RDS of stealing $1 million. You cannot find that portion of the video. This is on his official upload on his official site, psfrumble.com. The first part isn't on there. Strange.
We did not engage in conflict that was out of...
What a douchebag. Let's see what else they got. Economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. You guys want to buy some gold? Torah update, Sturgis, South Dakota. I wonder what this one is. This is July 5th. Does he talk about him being mean to him here? Maybe. Let's see. My God.
Burn, waiting for politics. Go ahead and communicate with them. Let me know. We're running this Patriot Street Fighter style. We're not going to worry about trying to be totally professional. We're just going to do whatever needs to be done to make this whole thing work. So anyways, I got my security guy, Dennis, one of my security guys. He's helping with it on the technical side of things. So this channel was started for one reason, because I got pissed off. I got sick and
I
tired
haven't seen this one yet.
watching this country burn, waiting for politicians to step up and do something important that was actually going to help this country. Saw Trump get elected. I was excited about him announcing. So what happens is that Trump derangement syndrome goes
Let's speed it up and see if he mentions Buffalo Chip.
going crazy. We watch people starting to tear the country to pieces. They ignore or they ignite their BLM Antifa. As I said, the vast majority of these people are milquetoast pussies wearing their sister's skinny jeans, coming out in packs, beating up little old ladies and little old men and wreaking havoc around the country. When I saw that bullshit, I was like, you know what? I've been sitting back since I walked away from elected politics 2006, and I just had enough. I'm like, I guess nobody's going to do what needs to be done. I guess I'm going to have to do it. I don't know how, but the only thing that I had at my fingertips was I've been on Revolution Radio a couple of times with a friend of mine, John Bolenbaugh. Had me on. I saw what they did, reached out to him. He introduced me to these folks, talked about what I'd like to do. They bring, go ahead, Scott, let it rain. And so we did. And that's where I started.
Go ahead, Scott, let it rain.
Met up with this fork and power structure with all these people that start from the top down, pretty much the Vatican down through the royal families, right down to heads of state around the country, governments, including ours, down to the state legislatures, right into the cities, the mayor, the city councils, the corrupt DA, all these people that just were never making this country better. And I decided, okay, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to start dropping the bombs and letting it rain on American society. They can figure out themselves what I see going on. If they want to believe it or not, it's up to them. I've always told people, do your own research. Don't fall into the category of people that can't think for themselves. So they just take whatever anybody else says out there and parrots it, including me, without doing your research. I've said this from day one. I'm going to give you what I see, what I hear, what I know to be true, and where I'm wrong. I'll tell you I'll tell you what my mistakes are, and we'll correct them. So I want to encourage you to be that person that does two things. Number one, support what we do, support this channel. You can support Revolution Radio. You can click at the top of the page on revolution.radio. You'll see it up there. There's a contribute, donate or contribute, I forget which it is. And you can donate that way. You can also click on the orange patron button, become a Patreon patron, set up an account. You can donate on a monthly basis.
I'm thinking about if I can find a video clip of him bitching about Buffalo Chip, I'm thinking about trying to get a hold of a PR person there. Whoever, maybe the owner or a PR person, whoever handles that as social media coordinator, and seeing if I can get a statement about it. Because I'm sure that he was a dick. His fans were fucking dicks. They didn't want him there. They didn't invite him. They didn't know he was planning on having a show. Something. They're not just going to be mean to him for no reason or mean to him, whatever that means to him. I'm thinking maybe he didn't even tell him he was having a show. They probably didn't like the fact that he told them not to come Friday and Saturday, but to come Sunday after 3 p.m. because it was free then. Why wouldn't he say, hey, you can buy a ticket, if you want to, or blah, blah, blah. He told them not to come.
And you can also send a check by snail mail if you scroll to the page. Terry Ackerman.
He didn't bring them any money. He didn't bring them anything.
Those are three ways you can do it. You can talk about it. You can.
Buffalo Chip is outside of Sturgis. It's a big campground, ranch. They put on concerts and blah blah blah. A lot of bikers hang out there. They're open, of course, for Sturgis, the bike week and stuff they have. But it's it's a big ass campground. It caters towards bikers and concerts and blah blah blah.
Spread this particular show out around your social media platforms as well. Let people know what we're doing here, because Patriot Street Fighter was born right here, folks. It was a tipping point that launched Patriot Street Fighter. It launched my Tipping Point show here, and that's what brought Patriot Street Fighter to a global brand now. So anyways, that being said, let me tell you, if you want to find us, by the way, you can always find me at patriotstreetfighter.com.
I just want to see if he mentions it, because if he does, I have a reason to reach out to there and ask for a comment. You know what I mean?
Patriot Street Fighter 19 and 20 was put up here recently. Guess what? They just stripped those down before we had a chance to do anything, even put up a video. What does that tell you, folks? Our message is working. The powerful do not like the Patriot Street Fighter army growing, so they just take the channels down as soon as they go up. And that's okay. I don't really give a shit about those people. I've got plenty of channels out there right now. We can broadcast anything across American Media Periscope. It gets live streamed right to my Rumble channel. And I've got it'll get up on Brighteon and BitChute as well. Brighteon's my favorite. And there's 21 other platforms that American Media Periscope gets it out to, with my friend John Michael Chambers over there. So they're going to be a big solid there. So we get our word out one way or another. It ain't going to make a difference, from what I was told by Overwatch. We got 20 million plus followers now around the world. That was 2 months ago and rapidly climbing. I don't know where it is today. All I know is I'm simply speaking the truth as I know it to be true, and I'm speaking the minds of the American people. They wanted somebody that would just tell the truth as it is. So that's what this show is all about. I'm going to be telling some truths today. Oh, by the way, I want to give you a couple of updates on what's happening coming up here this week. I am going to be in St. Louis on Wednesday. We've got an event there on the Patriot Street Fighter /Arise USA tour. Pretty sure I drop all this stuff in my Telegram channel. If you are not part of Telegram broadcast channel for Patriot Street Fighter, you need to be. But we're going to be setting sail for St. Louis here tonight, actually. We're going to be over there Wednesday. If you go to, let me see here. Let me find out where we are in St. Louis. I don't have the venue up here in front of me. Otherwise, I'd tell you. I'm also going to be in Anaheim, California. Clay Clark is having another Faith and Freedom event there. I think General Flynn and company are going to be there. Mike Lindell, those kind of people. I, of course, will be there. Lee Dundas will be there as well. Lee and I will be there. So I will be speaking at Clay Clark's event in Anaheim, California, and that is going to be up on my website. If you go to scottmckay.us, I'll make sure tonight that we get Ron Partain to put those addresses up there. That's going to be the 16th, 17th, and 18th, I believe, in Anaheim. So I'm going to be flying in for that event. I'll be stepping away from my tour here and getting out to that. But we're leaving Sturgis here. Actually, we're in Rapid City, South Dakota. We rolled out of Sturgis today. I got to tell you something, folks. We had an unbelievable time at the Sturgis event for Patriot Street Fighter. I came in last Thursday night. Had a time to roll in on my bike.
Here we go. Let's see what he says.
Footage shot with Sasha Stone's guy Gio, who is a drone pilot. Has a drone that does 90 miles an hour. So we were looking to get some great footage in this area. We did that. Had a lot of fun. Friday we had an event about 2 in the afternoon at Sturgis Buffalo Chip, and we stuck around for the entire weekend. Did a little riding on Friday. Saturday we went out. Bikers for Trump were there. Kind of got a nod in her.
I've seen that guy's. I've seen that guy's drone. It's a Mavic 2. Hold on. DJI Mavic. Let's even look at the Pro because it's probably faster. Mavic Pro 2. Top speed. 72 miles an hour. No, I'm sorry. On sport mode, that's kilometers per hour. What is, hold on, let me compare the two here. Mavic 2 Pro, that's what we're looking at, right? What is that, like 50 miles an hour? 44.7. 44.7 miles an hour. A Mavic 2 is not that fast, but whatever.
Guys asked what they minded if I'd be able to have my security roll with me, and they did, of course, in a big vehicle as we rode. But the Here's for Trump said, "Trust me, Scott, you're not going to worry about security with all of our boys around." And it was kind of fun. Got to meet my friend Casper Pittman, a couple of guys. Steve Humphrey took me out. Was the lead on our ride, and my buddy Dallas.
Who are his biker friends? Hold on.
We did that. Had a lot of fun. Friday we had an event about 2 in the afternoon at Sturgis Buffalo Chip, and we stuck around for the entire weekend. Did a little riding on Friday. Saturday we went out. Bikers for Trump were there. Kind of got an honorary patch. In fact, I told these guys, asked what they minded if I'd be able to have my security roll with me, and they did, of course.
Bikers for Trump.
Big vehicle as we rode. But Here's for Trump said, "Trust me, Scott, you're not going to worry about security with all of our boys around." And it was kind of fun. Got to meet my friend Casper Pittman.
Sound like some hard asses.
Steve Humphrey took me out. Was the lead on our ride, and my buddy Dallas, great guy. He's an Indian rider. We went to Indian right there in Sturgis because I needed a new tire. Had a nail in the tire, kept leaking. So Dallas got this thing set up for me at Indian. And I got to tell you, those folks at Indian in Sturgis, they were high on my list. In fact, I can tell you this right now. As much as I love Harley Davidson, I absolutely will have an Indian road bike, probably a Jeep that I'm thinking. I can just tell you that these people were fabulous in dealing with me. They said, if you can get here in 15 minutes, we will get it. We'll get tire on. So my friend Dallas hooked that up and got a new tire on that bike. Had that thing rolling. So we went out on Saturday, saw some amazing countryside, rolled out on a lead.
Luckily, they were kind enough to stand around and give him a lesson on how to pull out on an incline.
Done this, bought one of those 4-wheel Polaris terrain killers and rode along with us. Had a number of bikers. We got a chance to see Mount Rushmore from up at the Norbeck site. We rode up through those beautiful caves and switchbacks, and just some of the best riding I've ever seen. And I could have been out there all day today again. We did it on Sunday. I was out today. I rode out to an Indian reservation today to get some live footage out there. So we spent a lot of time on a bike, and we had a lot of beautiful people showed up. In fact, on Sunday we had a free event. What I did find out, people were coming to Buffalo Chip at Sturgis. It's like a big campground, massive 400-acre campground.
Here we go.
Big sound stages, Kid Rock plays there, big bands. There's multiple sound stages. There's a lake. There's room for our RV campers, cabins, all kinds of cool stuff. They got a bar right there. As you come into this massive paved parking lot, huge. There's infrastructure all over the place. It truly is an incredible place. So on Saturday, when we were out riding, I got a call from my bus driver. He said, "Hey, got a problem here." He said, "A lot of people paid $1,000 to come and see you." I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" He said, "Well, Robert David Steele selling $1,000 tickets to come and see Scott McKay." And of course, what do you think I thought about that? When I heard that, I reached out. I said, "You need to call these."
So I think that he is being over the top with his claim. Now, what he's going to say is, hey, I didn't make the claim. Other people were telling me this. But I have not seen, at any point, I have not seen Robert David Steele claim that Scott McKay is still on their tour. Even when he's selling $1,000 tickets. He always says permanent party will be there. You'll get to sit with us, blah, blah, blah. But everybody should know that they have split up. if you're following the tour. I think a lot of people that complained, he mentions that one doctor and his whole office flew out to see him and paid $1,000, blah, blah, blah. They just assumed that Scott's tour was the same as Robert David Steele's tour because they didn't do a real good job of announcing the breakup, right? It was kind of shouted in mystery. I know we know, but we watch all their videos. Not to mention, Scott left the Arise Patriots tour and started the Arise Freedom tour. Like he could have marketed and named it a little bit less confusing. I think people were just confused if that actually happened. If it happened the way he did. I don't think that Robert David Steele was like, come see Scott McKay. He'll be here this weekend. Promise. Wink. Like, I don't think that happened. Robert David Steele actually booked the back of the mountain. He was very confused with how Mount Rushmore worked. He was on the wrong side of the mountain.
Or tell these people right now, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing me is free. Being out here, unless it's a specifically delineated fundraiser. And that's happened a couple times. Fundraisers keep this tour moving. But so when I found that out, apparently there was a doctor's office that paid $1,000 a piece as a donation.
That's the story.
That tour, as well as pay for their plane tickets and to also pay for their hotel rooms to come and see Patriot Street Fighter. They show up looking for me. Of course, I'm not there. I had my bus driver square that up, explain what I just did. Said, tell them to come Sunday and see me for free, which they did. We had hundreds of people show up for that event. It's an outdoor event.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't at Mount Rushmore. I'm saying the official masseuse said that there was a mistake in the booking and they were actually in the town that was on the back side of the mountain. So they had to travel around the mountain to go to Mount Rushmore.
Bus was in the background. And, of course, we had Lee Dundas sound stage. And it was an incredible, magnificent event. I met hundreds of people. I'm getting pretty good at writing my name. I've signed so many autographs. First of all, it's stunning to me still that somebody wants an autograph. But I'm signing shirts, ball caps, you name it. Constitutions. I've done thousands and thousands of these things. But I have fun with every minute of it. Got to meet a special friend of mine, Dana, a beautiful artistic girl, loves buses and fire trucks. We had fun with her. Brought her on the bus. She went crazy. And her folks were wonderful people. Just met a ton of great people. And that's what's happening out here on the tour, folks. So many people are showing up. These crowds keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you know what? The thing I like about it is they get to come out and see that there's no bullshit here. When I say that there's this massive temporal love bubble, and these people that come out and spend time with all of us out here, they see the same thing. They don't want to leave. They'll stand in line for 3 hours to have a conversation, get an autograph after we're done speaking. And I can tell you, it's far above anything I've ever deserved. I can tell you that. But it's brought a quality and value to my life that I never saw coming. Something I'd always hoped that we would see this kind of magic in the American people. But to not only see it, but to actually be given some, I don't know, some.
I think maybe either someone personally reached out to him and said, "Hey, you need to pull down that buffalo chip thing." There's a lot of Americans like that. A lot of people in the biker community that are big fans of it. Blah blah blah. Or he panicked and thought, "Oh man, I might get sued." It seems like he's really scared of me showing up at one of his events and also getting sued.
A small amount of credit for causing their lives to get better is you actually have to feel that to know what that's like. I had a lady come up to me this past weekend, and I've had this many, many times.
Why would a child with autism go crazy on his bus? Because even the child with autism realized that everybody should have been wearing pants, and they weren't.
Where people come out and say, I just want to tell you, Scott, that because of you, I've decided to get in the fight. And it's amazing the stories that I actually hear. And one lady, she brought a newspaper article. She had seen me, I believe it was in North Platte, Idaho, or North Platte, Nebraska, and we met there. But she had said that since she started listening to the show and Patriot Street Fighter, she finally built up enough courage to get active. She hands me a newspaper article, and right there on the front page of that article, and in the background is the governor and some other schmuck, whoever that could have been. Probably shouldn't even say that because I can't even define exactly who they are. I just figured these are the people that she's taking on. And the press got a picture of her with the governor in this room and other people in that room, and somebody else says you clearly see them. And she's taking it on. She's not afraid anymore. She's going after the criminal power structure. So I get to hear that stuff. I get to see it. I get to talk to these people, get to give them a hug.
That's right, mullet.
See the little kids, the little Patriot Street Fighters coming up, excited to be part of a weekend event. There's just nothing.
If you haven't, so I don't know why Scott McKay personally doesn't have children. I guess he doesn't want children. I don't know. But if you haven't seen his interaction with other people's children, it's very creepy. I don't know. Something's off about it. It's just very strange.
Like it. I just wish everybody could see what I see. And then the beauty of South Dakota. I don't want to leave here. We got to leave Rapid City tonight. I absolutely do not want to leave here. I want to spend another month on my bike. I could spend a month here every single day, all day, riding, doing nothing else but riding. and still not cover enough ground of the beauty that's here in this state. Haven't had the opportunity other than driving through it, but it's quite a remarkable place. There's a lot of native history and heritage here, and I just got to say, if you have Harley Davidson, man, Sturgis is certainly the place to spend time. That's for sure. So there's one thing that I do want to talk about, and I'm going to say this. You know, I was going to address this in person, but I didn't have time. But let me tell you how the left works here, period, people. This is how the left works. They don't give a shit, even if it costs them money, or maybe they were paid off. But the front office at Buffalo Chip.
Here we go. Here we go.
But she did everything she could to, I think, create havoc and chaos at Buffalo Chip. Pretty sure I'm never going to go back there, even though it's an incredible place. And I'll tell you why. Because this person is a left-wing Democrat. And this person treated many people on my staff like shit. Gave my bus driver a hard time. They have a massive empty parking lot, folks. A massive empty parking lot. Had a hard time with us parking this bus and this motorcycle hauler up front, across from a bar. It's nothing but empty parking lot. I was giving him a hard time for where he was parking it. A lot of people were calling in about tickets, on how to get tickets for the event. She was just rebuffing them. Told us that there were certain types of cabins, upscale cabins, that weren't available. This is all we have left. She was really out on an agenda. And you can tell the numbers compared to what were here last year for the same event run by the same lady were drastically dropped. Why? Because we're coming in. We love faith. We love freedom. We love America. And what were they trying to do? Trying to rain down on this.
So the numbers for an event from last year were down. But you're the thing that changed. They had bands there last year. They had speakers there last year. You're the new person this year. You think maybe that's why the numbers are down? Because you were there?
Movement and try to keep it from happening. So I'll tell you over there, sir, that owns Buffalo Chip, you made a massive mistake. And you allowed your wife to treat my staff like she did, say things that weren't true, do everything you could to try to keep this from being a big turnout.
So he's not only calling out the owner, but his wife. That's usually not a good move.
Said before, when you people conduct yourselves that way, you're stepping into the crosshairs of the Patriot Street Fighter. See, I don't give a shit. I don't care if I ever come back there again, but I'm going to tell the truth. The truth is, you people, or at least you in that front office, you did not want people like me there. You didn't want people that support what we support. You people are all about American freedom and the First Amendment until it affects your agenda, until it affects your narrative. You're afraid that a guy like me.
Wait. They gave you freedom of speech. They let you speak, even though it's a private campground. They let you speak. They didn't tell you what you could or couldn't say. I don't think it's a First Amendment issue. They asked you to move your bus.
You'll come in here and tell the truth and cast that over the crowd of Americans, and they'll think for themselves, and they'll realize that your narrative and your ideology is what's destroying a forking country. See, the difference between everybody before me and me is I don't give a shit. That's the difference. I don't give a shit. I'll say whatever has to be said. And you know what? Nobody seems to want to come after me and rebuff it and show any proof that what I'm saying is not true.
I have several times. And you responded with, this guy lives in his basement and he wears his sister's pants and his mom makes him cookies while he plays video games. So it was you that couldn't rebuff. It was you that didn't have any proof. It was you that couldn't do anything about it except send your First Amendment loving fans over to fork my channel up and mass report it. So I don't think you believe in the First Amendment. I don't think that you and your fans believe in the First Amendment. I've been reported more at your hand from your Telegram chat than I've been reported by anybody else. That's including the frogs and everybody combined. I've been reported more for a video about you that you directed people to mass report.
There was a disgraceful size of a crowd that came out to see the lead singers of Kansas Journey in Boston. That place should have been massively packed. And I don't know what was going on here. But the Sturgis Buffalo Chip didn't even, from what I was told, weren't even advertising this event. Weren't even advertising it. But that's the kind of song. But I will say, there were many highlights of this weekend on their property. Even it seems like there were people inside doing their best to keep this from succeeding. I can tell you, we had a lot of people that fell in love with each other. They know that they're out there now. They've made contacts. They're patriots. And, you know, I actually had, I had one of the honors of my lifetime, actually. I went backstage. I was called up on this big sound stage because I had to pull something out of a hat. A couple of us to pull, I guess it was a ticket out of a hat because they were giving away prizes before the band started playing. So I came up on the stage and I passed Mindy Robinson, beautiful, blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl. Seen her before in Tulsa, and we were coming off stage, and then she had mentioned to me that she brought up Randy, and it just didn't dawn on me for a second. She was speaking of Randy Couture. Of course, we all know who Randy is. He's probably, I'd say, the most popular and favorite UFC fighter in history, in my opinion. And I think that's almost, unarguable. But if you know who he is, I need not even sell you on that. Those of you who don't, you need to look at his career, look at who he is. You've seen him in Hollywood films, The Expendables, a lot of. He's become a pretty big name in Hollywood, but always been a great guy. But she told me,
Hollywood's the elites.
I don't remember how she asked
me.
You
can't be friends with Hollywood people.
is a huge fan. And I said, what? She goes, oh yeah. I said, he follows Patriot Street Fighter. She said, well, I think she said he follows everything you do. We both love your show, love your message, love what you're doing. And she said, would you like to meet him? I'm like, would I like to meet Randy Couture? I met him back in 2008. Was trying to work on a business deal with John Lewis on some product, and never materialized. But I did meet Randy before. But now I get to meet Randy Couture, and he actually follows Patriot Street Fighter. And I had to give him the Patriot Street Fighter man hug and talk for a few minutes. But talk about highlight. I mean, that's kind of
the Patriot Street Fighter man love. What the fuck is that type of initiation ceremony? What is that?
Any of that stuff for granted. I'm still kind of shit shocked by it all. But to meet Randy Couture, get a picture with him and Mindy, and be able to say, hey, folks, Randy Couture is a fan. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't seem right, because the whole world is a fan of Randy. He was a badass fighter in the ring, incredible guy. Even at the age of 42, he was still, taking down champions and winning titles. Truly a magnificent guy. And certainly, I'm a big supporter of everything he does in Hollywood. He's a very honored. He's one of those people in Hollywood we need.
You can't support people in Hollywood, Scott. You said they were all guilty, either by association or looking the other way or harvesting tunnel babies.
Guy, doing things right. And so I have to salute you. And that pretty lady he has, I even salute him at a higher level, because Mindy she's a beautiful girl. So that was another highlight that happened.
He's so creepy when he talks about other people's girlfriends, wives, random women, nurses.
America's Rising. Had a chance to meet some other people. A friend of mine lives out in Colorado, and there's a beautiful blonde-haired girl. I got to know her over the weekend.
Okay. Another beautiful.
She came up to me, and she was waiting patiently until I guess when I first got there to the bar there up front. It's an indoor-outdoor bar, and there's always a crowd of people, and they want to talk, and we talk and sign autographs, take pictures. She patiently waited for a while, and she finally came up to me and said, hey, Kelly Stitzer told me to say hello. Well, I was shocked, because I was taken by surprise, but she knew somebody that I know, a friend of mine for a very long time, and I thought that was kind of interesting. And so we struck up a conversation. I love that over the weekend, and I figured out that
very, very beautiful woman, beautiful, so beautiful.
Tampa bet on the 23rd or 24th. I forget which day it's going to be.
Stop being so fucking creepy, dude.
South Carolina, get into Virginia, and come north after we finish the tour on the 23rd, 24th of July. Got to make an incursion into Manhattan. Said before, we're going behind enemy lines. That Patriot Street Fighter rig is going in, because there's one thing that I do know. We have plenty of supportive audience members in the New York Police Department. I'm pretty sure of that. So we're going to take it into New York and eventually.
If anybody from the NYPD supports or condones the speech that you put out on your videos and stuff, they ought to be fired. You're literally on the verge of domestic terrorism. Like, no fucking way, dude.
Head west, come back out across. My intentions are, if I can keep this operation funded, is to take this back out across the west. Miss for all the places that I missed, Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, these places. I'm going to make sure we get back and make a statement in those states, because I know we've got a very large tipping point in Patriot Street Fighter all across the country that are missing some of these, going to miss some of these venues because we're no longer in their state. I will say this, that again, we had people in 19 and 20 hours straight through to get to this event. I'm not talking one or two. I'm talking dozens and dozens of people.
I very seriously doubt you had people drive 20 hours. More than, maybe one, tops 3. Drive 20 fucking hours. 20 fucking hours. No way. No way. Hold on. That'd be 60, 600. Give me just a second. I'm looking up something here. That's 50, and there's probably 1,000 miles. That's 6, so I can double that. That's 18. You could literally drive. Scott McKay from his home didn't drive 20 fucking hours to get to Sturgis. You could drive from the Mexico border to Sturgis in 20 hours. No fucking way. No way. I don't know if he's with him. He's going to go home soon, but I don't think he's home yet.
Longest I heard was 20 hours, 6-8 hours one way. We came just to see you. I can't tell you what that means to me. When
Austin, Texas to Sturgis is 18 hours.
Came all this way just to see you. I hear it over and 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 over, and I still can't get my head around the fact that Patriot Street Fighter has become something this important in this country to so many people. It's mind-boggling to me. I don't take it for granted. I can't take this in stride. Like, oh yeah, this is just, of course, it's me, Scott McKay. Yes, this is the way it's always going to be. I don't have that in me to bullshit somebody and say, oh yeah, I always expected this. I knew something was coming, but I just never. I still can't get my head around what I hear from.
Yeah, I know they're coming to Tennessee, but I think they're probably going to come to Nashville. Originally the main tour, the RDS tour, was supposed to go to Memphis. They canceled it.
These people and how large this movement is, and how the tomahawk has come to symbolize, the peace pipe offering. And if the corrupt political structure doesn't want to walk away and put down their corrupt ways and go away, then the blade of war, the tomahawk, which is the voice of we the people, are going to do what's necessary to get our country back. And I don't mean maybe. That's what's happening. It's what's going on out here in the country. But for all of you people who've come, to these events, to this tour, who come to Buffalo Chip this weekend and paid us the respect, myself and Sasha, and Lee, the respect of your time, I can't tell you how honored I am and how honored I'll always be that you've given me this opportunity to be able to deliver my victory for humanity, to be able to fight for my country in a way that has many, many veterans, war-era veterans, coming up to me, hugging me, tears in their eyes, sometimes kiss on the cheek, man style. I do the general. My dad, he tries to slip away from those. Well, I used to years ago. He can't. I'm stronger than he is. I can hold on to him while he swerves to get the hell away from me, but it doesn't work. My brothers-in-law, they just acquiesce to it now. They just laugh about it. But to have
Do you sexually assault your father?
These men that have fought for our country, that have tears in their eyes because they see that finally somebody out here is taking the fight right to the doorstep of these bastards who have wrecked this country.
But you're not. You're not. You are not. You're running around talking about how you're going to do it, how cool you are, how cool you were, what you used to do, what you didn't do, what you wish you would have done. You're not taking the fight to anybody's doorstep. I haven't seen you show up anywhere. I haven't seen you show up anywhere.
Calling them out, calling them by name, calling them by title that they deserve, whether it's pedophile, drug trafficker, adrenochrome producer, child cannibal, whatever the horrible things that these criminals have done their whole lives. They just wanted somebody to finally say it, finally have the balls to say, fork you. We're done pretending that it's indecent to use the language that I have to use to get people to wake up. They just want somebody to speak for them as they speak themselves when nobody else is around. And I have to honor those pastors that always have me, those ones that have me come into church. I'm not going to disrespect that house of the Lord and drop an F-bomb, but I will say things that might seem not palatable to some pastors. Well, first of all, I'm going to tell you guys, you need to get over the bullshit of the semantics of language. Somebody
said, "Beat it, Scooter."
Say that here. Okay.
All right, we can close this one. There was one more Scott McKay thing I wanted to see though, just because I wanted to see what he said. I know you guys get sick of Scott McKay, but somebody sent this in, and I am curious to see what he said. I didn't get a chance to watch it earlier today. It's Nicholas v. Eminem.
We have a very special guest. I've been waiting to have him on for a couple of weeks now, Scott McKay. And just before we begin, guys, I would like to remind you that I have been banned off YouTube for 2 weeks. We have 1 day and 1 week to go left until they remove my ban. So at the moment, I am uploading on BitChute, and I'm also on Telegram as well.
What the fuck is this?
To my landing page, nicholasvanyamin.com. I'm collecting data to build up my own reliable, so I can take full control in my new platform.
It looks like he just dumped a bunch of videos over the last couple of. Oh, this must be someone else. Must be impersonating him.
Nick, it's great to see you finally here. Actually, it's my first time I had the pleasure to meet you. I think I've seen you. It was Charlie Ward and other people, and then when you reached out to me, and again, always like when my overseas friends reach out, because this is the only way we've ever been able to connect through this. But and doing great, a lot of exciting stuff we see happening over here in the States with this very bizarre, become bizarre operation. I think part of the operation that none of us, having read this intel for the last couple of years through our 17 back channel, saw it playing out this way. But I think it's even more fascinating watch this. But I'm doing great through this time. A lot of people they're nervous about it. A lot of people have fallen off, and I think it was listened to Charlie Ward yesterday, and I forget who it was that coined patriots in name only, Pinos, who thrown in at Tau, on this on this operation and what's really happening here. So it's just
I think this is an older one actually.
The operation with the people and how they're responding to it. The whole thing's fascinating to me. Every day, like I said, it's like every day is like getting up and it's Christmas in Disneyland. Like, what's going to happen today?
Absolutely. No, it's just very confusing. And there's so much speculation. But I always say, Scott, I say, that only less than 10 people probably know the plan. And that's the military rebellion. But we know the plan, but we don't.
Scoot MC Gay is a pussy, no one would drive to see his plastic chaps.
Scoot McGay is a pussy. No one would drive to see his plastic chaps. Thank you very much, Denise. I appreciate that. $55, and thank you very much.
Frustrating part for us, like you and I.
It is, and I think that's the challenge that so many people have, is that they, here in the States, we have had this level of predictability in our political sphere for so long, and we've come to accept the fact that the political class is corrupt. We've had this probably for all of my adult life, and now for the first time, we accept that it's corrupt. But now that we're seeing it up close and personal, and people who've never cared about politics, too busy living their lives to vote, to think about anything else. Now, all these eyes on, that's a big thing that's different here. All the eyes on now, where everybody can see what's happening. It looks like a cataclysmic event to the average viewer, when it's just, this is just as par for the course for the political realm in Washington, D.C. When people look at this and think, oh my God, the sky is falling, I'm like, what are you talking about? These people have been crooks and criminals forever. You just never cared. You never looked at it. And a lot of us who've been in this game for decades, is probably going now, it's 30 years for me, 25 intensely focused. And, I was in the political sphere myself, working what I appear to be working my way to Washington, D.C. inevitably and eventually.
Oh, God.
This is exactly.
Yeah, this is an older interview. It's fine. It's an older interview. It looks like somebody dumped these all on this channel, and it's probably not even Nicholas's channel. No, it's not. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Let's see who this is. Does anybody speak Vietnamese? It's probably a super interesting story. This is Nicholas Eminem's stepmom. Did you fall asleep? Did you fall asleep? Oh well, we'll pick up her story after the rest of them. Anyways, they didn't have English captions. I looked. Anyways, let's check this out. The One Republic Network had an interview. Don von Kleist. He was actually the guy who put the "you get what you deserve" in iron on the gate to the concentration camp that Jason loves so much. Okay, let's go, guys. The fuck is this? Come on.
Broadcasting for the most confused, dumbed down, manipulated, and brainwashed nation on the face of the planet, bringing. I would the power on this broadcast. Okay, but I'm just carry on.
This is the guy that kicked off.
So I figured I'd just reacquaint myself with the listenership. Like I said, it's been quite a long time since I was an activist. And for over a decade, I was on the GCN radio network, and my show preceded Alex Jones. Derry Brownfield was in between, but I used to have Alex on as a guest. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. First of all, I'm just a regular guy.
This guy over here is Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones.
And a singer. I've been doing that all my life. And when I started my musical career back in the 70s, I went to the Berklee College of Music, and I got about two years into that. And I ended up joining a band called the Indigos. And I think we have a picture there we can throw up of the Indigos. And if you look at that guy in the far left there with the big hair and the mustache, yeah, that's me. And that was in 75 and 76.
They forgot to throw the picture up, I think.
I bounced around a whole bunch of different bands.
There it is.
Working at the University of Hartford.
The guy on the far left, that's you? This guy? That's not you. Why did you say the guy on the far left? That's not you. Come on now. I've been lied to before, but never at this level. Who?
And I was working at the college radio station, and I got my broadcaster's license there, as a matter of fact, in 1979. So we can pull that up there. Let me see what we've got. I'm not going to pull it up on my end. I don't know. I can't see. We got Kelly producing behind the scenes right now, so she's managing all the photos and the graphics and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, yeah, I got my broadcaster's license in 79, and I was working at the University of Hartford College radio station. And anyway, so one evening, they wanted to do a promo and get people interested in participating and volunteering at the radio station. So they said, "Hey, Dave, why don't you put something together that that would pique somebody's interest?" So I went into the little studio, and I had a bunch of tape recorders.
I saw the Asian guy with the beard.
I was beatboxing with tape recorders, putting one voice after another, and I called it the All Dave Band. And that was in October of 1979, and it was pretty well received. I was really surprised. Some people got it, and some people didn't. But either way, that's what I was doing. I was playing guitar. As a matter of fact, there's my Ovation guitar there. Yeah, boy, I had big hair and a mustache back in those days. But I was doing the All Dave Band. And that was in 80, 81. And then in the 80s, I was joined several different bands. At one point, I was in 4 different bands at the same time. I was playing in big band swing. I was playing in a funk band. I was playing in a country band. And I was just doing some GB wedding gigs.
He's the wedding singer.
All over the map as far as being a musician is concerned. As a matter of fact, there's a couple more pictures of some other bands that I was in. Excuse me. So like
he
I said,
is the Asian guy.
Musician. And I also, like I said, I was doing radio broadcasting because I have that type of radio voice. So I started
the All Dave Band.
Television stations. This is when I was living in Connecticut. And I was the voice of WTNH Channel 8, ABC affiliate in New Haven, Connecticut. That was the guy that would say, "Hey, Husky fans, you've got a front row seat of all the action of Big East basketball as UConn meets Villanova right here on WTNH Channel 8. So for those of you up in the Northeast, maybe you recognize that voice because I did a lot of commercials back in those days. But yeah, I was traveling around the country, like I said, playing in different bands. I was being flown to Florida, and I was being flown to California and stuff like that to sit in and play some high society gigs, black tie affairs, played for the governor of Connecticut, played for one of the representatives. But anyway, so that afternoon, when I was working at WTNH, this was during the first Gulf War. This was back in 91. And I was watching the raw feeds come in every afternoon. All of the networks, the way they work it is whenever they have locations around the world, they set up their satellite dishes. And
Did he go over how Jason Q accused him of being a Jew and kicked him off the show? Did they talk about that part yet?
Beam back video back to the United States. And the networks will collect that video, and they edit it, and they put it together for their news. Well, on this one particular afternoon during the Gulf War, the video opened up, and what I saw was our military dozers dozing bodies into a common grave. And behind it was a backdrop of apartment buildings and playgrounds. And I was looking at this carnage, bodies being pushed into a hole and then covered over. And I was like, my God, what's going on? And then that night, Peter Jennings, World News Tonight. Well, the bombings continued in Baghdad today, but of course, there were no civilian casualties because America's using smart bombs. And I realized we were being lied to. And that sort of set me off. I started checking into this Gulf War issue, and it really got me ticked off. It got me motivated. So I started asking around some of the local radio stations, "Hey, how'd you like a talk show host?" Because I wanted to talk about this. So I ended up with a radio show on WATR AM 1320 in Waterbury, Connecticut. And on the advice of the program director, he says, "Well, you should use an air name, because with a name like Von Kleist, you're going to be pretty easy to pick out. And if you're being politically incorrect, you might face some ramifications." So I went on the air as Dave Riddell. Dave Riddell. That was my grandmother's maiden name. So I was Dave Riddell for a little while. And not because I had something to hide, but rather to protect my wife and child at the time. So That was in 95. Now, what really got me going is that while the rest of the country was following the O.J. Simpson trial, I mean, we were getting O.J. updates every 15 minutes on every radio station. But on my
So during the Gulf War, I don't think he's being. I don't know how accurate he's being. There were a couple of times that we used basically tracked vehicles, tracked armored vehicles, kind of like killdozers or like tanks with big blades, like bulldozer blades on them, to bust through enemy lines, reinforce the lines and Constantine wire and everything else. And enemy combatants standing behind those lines were some of them buried alive, some of them run over and killed for holding that position. There's literally, hold on, I'll just grab one. Hold on. Iraqis buried alive, U.S. attacked with bulldozers during Gulf War ground attack. This is from September 12th, 1991, Fort Riley, Kansas. U.S. Army division that broke through Iraq's defensive front lines used plows mounted on tanks to combat earth movers to bury thousands of enemy soldiers. Some of these soldiers were still alive and firing their weapons, according to U.S. Army officials. In the first 2 days of ground fighting in Operation Desert Storm last February, 3 brigades of 1st Mechanical Infantry Division used grisly innovation to destroy more than 70 miles of Iraqi trenches and bunkers being defended by more than 8,000 Iraqi soldiers. About 2,000 soldiers surrendered, but the Iraqi dead and wounded, as well as defiant soldiers still firing their weapons, were buried beneath tons of sand, according to participants in the carefully planned, rehearsed assault. So he's making it sound like there's civilians and kids and shit. No. The reason that there's buildings and apartments and playgrounds in the background is because they literally fought in their towns and cities. That's how a war is carried out.
I would say, hey, folks, welcome to No J Radio. We're not going to talk about OJ because we just had a horrific event in Oklahoma City that took out 87 innocent people. I forget how many people it was at this point. But I was looking into the Oklahoma City bombing. And as you all know, the official story of the Oklahoma City bombing was about Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols. Those were the lone crazy right-wing extremist militia kooks that blew up that building with a fertilizer bomb. That's what we were told anyway. Well, if we can, and anybody who spoke outside of that particular conventional wisdom, that particular narrative, was immediately labeled as a conspiracy theorist. So remember, if you think anything other than Timothy McVeigh, Terry Nichols, and a fertilizer bomb in a truck, you're a conspiracy theorist. So what I'd like to do is I want to see how many conspiracy theorists there are out there in the news. So, Kelly,
that's Doug's roommate.
Hit that OKC footage. Let's just take a look at all the conspiracy theorists that are in Oklahoma City talking about something other than Terry Nichols, Timothy McVeigh, a truck bomb, fertilizer, etc. Let's go ahead and run that video if we can. Cheers.
Oklahoma County Bomb Squad, it's their bomb disposal unit, essentially is what it is, and it is what they would use to, if the report that we gave you just a few moments ago turns out to be correct, that they have found a second explosive device of some kind inside this building, they'll back that trailer down there, and the bomb squad folks will go in, and they will use that trailer. You see the bucket on the back there, sort of, this is how they would transport the explosive device away from this populated area to try to do something with it.
Confirmed through federal authorities that a second bomb has been found inside that federal building in Oklahoma City. It was an explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that did that damage you're looking at right there, blowing off the entire north face of that building. Again, you're looking at the north face there. A second bomb was found on the east side of that building. A bomb squad is on the scene. That second bomb has not exploded. We don't know quite the status yet if they've managed to defuse it, but it has been confirmed that a second bomb was found on the east side of that building.
Look down the street at the Morrow building again. I see another bomb truck going, so apparently they're going to try to get out that third bomb that's been talked about. Still a lot of activity around the Morrow building. Security concerns that another one still might go off. That's what everybody's worried about.
At the present time, the medical teams downtown are unable to get into the wreckage to retrieve more of the injured because of the presence of other bombs in the area. I've been told by the police department that just as soon as those bombs are defused, they will permit the medical teams to enter.
Just for a second, we want to update our audience that the Justice Department is reporting that a second explosive device has been found in the AP Murrah building in downtown Oklahoma City. Mike, you're still with us, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And I might tell you, in addition to that, in fact, what we were told at the scene a few minutes ago was that, in fact, 2 different explosive devices were found in addition to the one that went off.
So a total of 3.
A total of 3. And, of course, then there was mass confusion whenever there were hundreds of spectators in the area. And when they heard that there were other bombs in the building, people were running from the area in the opposite direction as fast as they could.
Utter devastation that one explosion caused, because here's now what we are starting to learn about the succession, or what someone obviously hoped would be a succession of explosions. The first bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and diffused. The third explosive that was found, and they are working on right now as we speak, I understand, both the second and third explosives, if you can imagine this, were larger than the first. So try to imagine 2 or 3-fold happening what we've already seen there. It is just incredible to think that there was that much heavy artillery that was somehow moved into the downtown Oklahoma City.
President Clinton just called Governor Frank Keating, and he says that 3 FBI anti-terrorist teams are en route to Oklahoma City. Right now, they are saying that this is the work of a sophisticated group. This is a very sophisticated device, and it has to have been done by an explosives expert. Obviously,
talk about the second bomb that was found. Devin told us earlier, we got information that the second and third bomb were bigger than the one that was detonated. 1,200 pounds of explosives in that first one that went off. The second and third devices that were found were actually larger than that. So you undetonated bombs that were found that were bigger.
Jesus Christ.
And if this other one that they're looking at now turns out to be something, it appears that it was meant for this building to come down, to be leveled, because of the amount of power that could have gone off. Only one explosion, it was obviously tragic enough, but there were 4 bombs set to go off, according to ATF officials.
The question is, why that building? And was it Waco? Is it Nation of Islam? We should find out an awful lot when the bombs are taken apart. I think it was a great stroke of luck. As you're mentioning, it's hard to talk about luck on a day like today in Oklahoma City, but it was a great stroke of luck that we actually have got diffused bombs. It's through the bomb material that we will be able to track down who committed this.
Okay, all right. I guess we can stop it right there. Did you notice how many conspiracy theorists were reporting from the scene? There was no mention of Timothy McVeigh or Terry Nichols or a truck bomb or fertilizer, not one. That's because that's not what happened. Now, you just heard live reports that happened in Oklahoma City on April 19th, 1995. And during that time, like I said, I was talking about the Oklahoma City bombing instead of...
So, here's what happened. From the official story, okay? I'm not saying this is true. You can research this yourself, but from the official story. So, in this federal building, were housed a training division for federal ATF officers, federal bomb-sniffing dogs, bomb squads came there and trained. Some were located there at this building. So when the bomb went off at about 10:30 that morning, somewhere around 10:30, I can't remember, we did a show on this, but about 10:30 that morning, they found what they believed to be a second and possibly third bomb. And they were huge, and they were identified as a second and third bomb. That kind of leaked out to police or to the news media, and the reason it leaked out was because some rescue workers refused to leave the building. But then the police ordered a mandatory evacuation up to and including dragging some rescue workers out of there. Threats to arrest them, telling them there's a bomb, couldn't fucking stop them, right? They wanted to rescue the people in the rubble, and I don't blame them. They didn't want to leave. It was later determined that the second bomb and possibly the third bomb is kind of iffy to begin with, some of the rumors around it, but definitely the second bomb was actually a device. It took about an hour to determine this, but it was actually a device that was used by some of the bomb squads and bomb-sniffing dogs to simulate a large explosive device that may be placed in like a downtown center to like decimate a city. And it was actually a device, and the reason it was so convincing is not only did it look like a realistic-ass bomb that had been made to take out a city block, but it also had residue implanted in it that made the bomb-sniffing dogs recognize it because it was a training device. So when they brought in bomb-sniffing dogs to say, oh, we found a second bomb, let's take the dogs over there and confirm it. Well, the dogs went off. Then the bomb squad starts going in and looking at it. It looks like a bomb. It tests right for a bomb. Then they realize, oh, we're in the training division, and this is where they store this. Well, it had been moved from the blast, but it was close to where they stored that at to begin with. That's the official narrative.
O.J. Simpson. And that's because my personal philosophy is if you become aware of a lie and you do nothing to expose that lie, you become part of the lie. And I'm sorry, I won't participate in spreading lies. I want to stand with the truth. I stand in the light. I don't hide in the darkness. Unfortunately, a lot of folks out there feel it's safer to hide in the darkness. Well, I'm sorry. I can't deal with that. And that's why when you look at things like that, when you see reports like that, when you see evidence like that, that's contrary to the conventional wisdom or the official narrative, I'm sorry, but I won't stand with the official narrative. I won't. I will discuss what really happened. And as a result, you get called a conspiracy theorist. So that would make all those reporters we just listened to all conspiracy theorists. So this is what set my butt on fire and why I decided.
Well, the reason that all those reporters are not conspiracy theorists was when they got the updated information that said, oh, it's not a second bomb, it was actually this, blah, blah, blah. They said, okay, well, we've been told it wasn't a second bomb, it was this, this, this.
An activist. And
Mike Jones hates this show. Look at him. He's like, God, why did I agree for this?
Education. I fell down that rabbit hole. I had no idea how deep it went. I'm a musician. I just showed you. I mean, some people say, oh, he's a CIA agent. He's a plant. He's a Manchurian candidate. He's a skinhead. He's a Nazi. He's a Mossad agent. Okay, a skinhead Mossad agent. Yeah, right. Okay. But the bottom line here is that during those years, like I said, I got myself a real education. I never was in the military. I wasn't trained for all this. I didn't know what black ops were. I didn't know what the dark, the deep state was or the cabal. I didn't understand any of that stuff, but I found out very quickly. And like I said, the more I found out, it's sort of like when you're doing an investigation, you pick up a rock, you see where the roaches scatter, and then you pick up another rock. And this is how it goes.
I think he's all backed up. Not sexually, more like speaking wise, because Jason Q called him a Jew and threw him off the show like 3 weeks ago, and he hasn't been doing any shows anywhere. Now he's got to talk. He can't help it. That's why I don't have a co-host, because I can't stop talking.
So back in 95.
I am thinking about getting maybe having somebody help me like as a producer, either in person or like in the back end, to where I can have somebody help look up stuff and maybe screen guests or something like that. But I can't have a co-host.
During that period of time, that's when I joined forces with Joyce. And during that period of time, we were invited to go to a meeting. And this meeting was outside of Austin, Texas. And anyway, we both went to this meeting. And it was like a Hilton or a Sheraton or whatever, something like that. And there were about 40 or 50 people there. Some were in uniform, some were not. And when the meeting started, they closed the doors. They said, first of all, we want to thank you all for being here. You've all been vetted.
I'd kill Kelly. I've seen her quality. She's producing this show right here. Hear the audio?
Is that they recapped our history for the past century or thereabouts. And he said back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, a pact was formed between the international bankers, the organized crime families, and the industrialists. And the three of them had gotten together, and they had a plot, dare I say, a conspiracy to take over our country. And they were going to do so incrementally. They were going to take not just weeks or months, but decades.
Always in my back end.
Incrementally and insidiously insert laws, rules, regulations, people into positions where they can manipulate the power structure. And this is what Eisenhower was warning us about. He told us, beware the military-industrial complex. And then when Kennedy got in, he tried to warn us too.
I don't think Jason realizes how crazy his viewers are. He thinks he's the only person that crazy. And I don't think he realizes the target that he probably put on Dave's back and the amount of hatred that this guy probably got when he fucking flipped out on him over flat earth and shit. I really don't.
About the secret societies. We know what happened to Kennedy. And that, unfortunately, was when the official takeover was completed. Now, at this meeting...
Who? Mike Jones!
What's going on? We've studied this. It took them a long time to put their ducks in a row so they could pull off this coup. And you know what? We're going to take it back. But it's not going to happen in a week or a month or a year or even a decade. It's going to take us decades to do the same thing and get our country back. But we will succeed because we are the good guys. We're in the light. We are wearing the white hats. The white hats. That was in 96. Now, I didn't think too much about that until a couple of years ago. After Trump was elected, I mean, when he first got in there, I was just like a lot of other people, Republican, Democrat, two heads of the same snake, oh yeah, I'll bet you that Trump and Hillary are tipping champagne glasses on a monthly basis, comparing notes and figuring out what they're going to do next. But then I saw a post. And they
well, you had it first the right time.
And they started saying, mentioning white hats. And then it dawned on me that maybe this is the result of a quarter of a century or more of white hats, good guys, working behind the scenes to unfold a plot, or shall I say, a counterattack to the cabal.
And try to get Lynn Wood to do
I
it.
realize we're living in an era right now where there's so much disinformation, misinformation, fabrications. There are people that are trying to lead you down a garden path. There are rabbit trails that are thrown out there. There are lies put out there, propaganda. We don't know what to believe. But what I do believe, and I know that a lot of you out there also believe, is that there are good people.
This is the intro, by the way.
Unfortunately, as they say, fecal matter rises to the top, right? Well,
What?
That's sort of what happened.
Is that what people say? The shit rises to the top.
Is that there are good guys in these agencies, and they
I thought it was cream, but whatever.
to take down this evil monstrosity, this, for lack of a better word, a satanic group of people who have taken over not just our country, but the entire industrial world. And this is sort of why, I swore that I would never go back to broadcasting again. I mean, I got burned pretty badly by people who I trusted, and I figured if I can't trust the people in my own foxhole, what's the point of fighting the battle? However, the events that have unfolded over the past year have led me to say, okay, maybe some common sense, some non-partisan, non-polarized information can get people to finally, once and for all,
They can't smell their own shit on their knees. The beautiful people. The beautiful people.
Africans or whites versus blacks versus
beautiful people, the beautiful people.
Caucasians versus Jews and Christians and Muslims. It's all not about that, folks. It's about good versus evil. It's about light versus darkness.
Easy, but easy.
For humanity, because if we don't figure this out, and if we don't come together and recognize, like it says in the Essential Art of War, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all
Jason Q's theme song is that Oxycontin. Go on and slip me 2 Xanax bars. I'm ready to get fucked. Fifth of crown to wash it down. I'm downtown snapping rules. Ain't no shame up in my game.
basics that we all need, and I don't care what your background is, ethnic, anything. You need food, shelter, clothing, and love. And as far as I'm concerned, love should be at the top of that list, because that's all you get to take with you. Anyway, I wanted to start off with a little bit of a spiel there, give you an idea of where I'm coming from and why I use music to communicate. Because, you know, in the old days, folks, in the days of kings and queens and tyrants, they didn't have a free press. So how did the information about what was going on in the kingdom get around in the villages? It was up to the minstrels.
I would have rather died of dysentery in the fields of the feudal system castle where they dumped their shit off the wall into my neighborhood than have to put up with Scott McKay and Jason Q, just so we're clear here. I'm not really worried about the kings and queens and the fucking free press.
Because they didn't have a free press then. And you know what, campers? We certainly don't have one now. So that's why I wrote songs and I put them out there. All my music is free. It's on YouTube. There are some people out there selling it on eBay, and I have no idea who they are. There's people out there selling my documentaries, and I have no idea who they are. It's not about the money, folks. If you're in it for the money and the ego and the accolades and the praise, you're in it for the wrong reasons, folks. You can't take any of that stuff with you. But anyway, I just wanted to lay this down as basically a thumbnail sketch of yours truly's involvement in this mess for the past 25 years, this past quarter of a century. And I want to bring online now a dear friend of mine I've known for over 35 years. And he's been a witness to a lot of this stuff, and he's also aware of a lot of this. Mike Jones, I'm so glad that we reconnected, and I get to have some good heart-to-heart, soul-to-soul chats with you, my friend. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, it's nice to have someone who knows the same things that I know. And I was there when Dave was going
It's nice to be able to speak when 22 minutes into the video.
TV stations where he was an announcer, and he would see the news broadcasts coming in the feeds from all over the world, and then see that they didn't get onto the news, and that he was seeing what was really going on. I can remember him calling me up, and we would go to gigs together, and we would talk about it, and he'd share all this information. And that's one thing that woke me up. And then Dave and I, we became fast friends, and he kept educating me on this. And then at one point, Dave had his own show, The Power Hour, with his with Joyce, and I came on board to help them out business-wise. And that's where Dave really made a lot of connections. He was very well known. They had hundreds of thousands of listeners. They were on the Patriot Network.
GCN.
GCN, and they were one of the big shows. And he introduced me to Alex Jones and some of the other big ones that are still around today. So anyway, so we worked through that. And then what Dave didn't bring up was the whole 9/11. Dave did an award-winning documentary, which you can still see on 9/11 and what went on with that. So Dave became very well known in this movement. And then we just recently connected back up after years. We just drifted away and got right involved as if time never kept going. We just picked up where we left off. And I've been encouraging Dave to do this show.
I don't know who Dave is.
And one of the things that we wanted to emphasize is that as Dave said, there's so much misinformation. There's so much black ops. There's so much distortion. There's so much untruth, is that we're trying to figure out what's going on, and we're trying to identify credible sources. And in the end, nobody can say exactly what's going on. You just kind of look at all the signs, the visual signs, listen to people talking and what's going on, and then kind of verify it that way. There are a few people that we trust, but the biggest thing is to bring it out, what we do here, into the open, and then bring it to the forum of public opinion and let the people know and educate the people so they can make their own decision. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we are right now, is concentrating on what's happening in the world, where we're going, why it's happening, the root causes, when did it start, as he briefly touched on, and then educating people so that they know if something big happens, they at least have an idea of what it is. We don't know if something big is going to happen, but
we're all waiting. We're all on the edge of our seats right now. But I do have
I'm sure
confidence that that things are going to start happening soon. They have to.
Me too.
They have to. And the day that the EBS kicks in will be the day that I pop a bottle of champagne. I've been waiting for that day for a quarter of a century. And Kelly knows, because I got a bottle of champagne back at her house. When the EBS kicks in, we're both going to share a glass of champagne. And like I said, it has to happen.
It's a battle of good and evil. I mean, you just can't stress that anymore. It's a battle of good and evil.
It really is.
And it's, God taking over the world. God's going to clean it up.
In constant sorrow, all through my days. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a different song.
Problems in our country, yes, we live in troubled times. There are far too many criminals and far too many crimes. I'm locking every window and I'm bolting every door. The tool I'll use in self-defense will even up the score. You can rant, you can rave, you can make your demands, and you can take my gun from
my cold dead hands.
Why did the ventriloquist quit drinking?
Because he was acting like a real dummy.
Well, hi-oh and howdy, fine folks, and welcome back to Hee Haw. We want to thank our special
What is this?
Heston for joining us.
Oh, he's playing Charlton Heston.
Long before they go, pine bring pines to
Busters.
Oh, no. What did you... Oh, here he is. This is the one I found the other day. In Constant Sorrow. It's still the wrong song, I think. Mariah likes when we go to one of them where they start slapping their knee back and forth. They do one of these. Hee-haw.
With the job that must be done, for the time is finally.
Seems like he had, I mean, I guess he was decently famous, maybe. Song There Really Is a Conspiracy. That sounds like a good one.
Are here for the same reason. We're talking about 9/11, and of course, we're all called conspiracy theorists. Well, guess what, folks? There really is conspiracy.
Yeah, there's people that's never been to the Outpost. I can't believe that. Mariah's good on the, Mariah's good at playing the, she's really good on the meat flute. She hits those deep notes. Throats.
Mix away.
She can combine the meat flute and the bagpipes.
There's something brewing. People know that things aren't right. We're in the dark. It's black as night. And when the ones who see the truth try to convey, they're ridiculed and turned away. But now it's time for us to see. There really is conspiracy. If we don't act, we won't be free. We must be.
I mean, he's country music's not my thing, but I guess he's good at this. I'm glad he made a living from it. And here's an expert's analysis. What is he an expert of?
Government laying its foundation on such principles and
Any expert that comes up with a musical instrument to tell you about demolition, I think is wrong right off the bat.
Yeah, well, if we allow him, if we invite him,
Found me. I sent you a message with a direct link. What do you mean found me?
It says, if
Come on now.
If we turn from our wicked ways, he'll heal our land. I mean, it'll happen. But I think, like I said, it's time for us to be, to take a step back, be humble, make sure that you shun your ego and shed your pride and realize that we're all in this mess together. And if we don't get centered and if we don't get, tuned back into the source, it's all for naught.
Oh, of course he is.
And I don't care how you
He's a frog.
do it. If you're
Tara, how did you get hooked up with Liberty Warrior?
I don't care if you're Christian or Muslim or Jew or whatever, your relationship with God is between you and God, nobody else. But just make sure that you have some sort of a connection. It's imperative. I don't see any other way.
Well, there's so much garbage out there, but to me, quote, conspiracy theory, unquote, it's based on something. And it's even 10%, even if it's a distorted 10% is true, then there's something to be concerned about. that's Dave is going to try to inform and educate, and then let you make your decisions on what you think is happening. But right now, nobody knows for sure. No one knows.
Well, one thing we do know for sure, and this is something that disturbed me to no end. I got to back up just a little bit.
What disturbed you to no end?
And I was doing a radio show on WATR
Sorry.
in Waterbury, Connecticut. During that time, I was introduced to a lot of different.
Now I gotta know.
One of which was Ted Gunderson. Ted was an FBI
Gunderson
in Houston, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. And during the late 70s and all through the 80s, he was investigating the trafficking situation, the sex trafficking, the child sex trafficking, the satanic worship child sex trafficking. And of course, a lot of people say, oh, that's all crazy conspiracy. That's crazy. Oh, really? Okay. The thing is that during those years when I was with Joyce, and we were, trying to help out the veterans who had been exposed to chemical and biological weapons during the first Gulf War. We were traveling around the country. We were meeting at different patriot groups. We were going to the American Legion, the VFW. We were going to churches and synagogues and schools. And everywhere we went, we met with veterans.
I can play a banjo, sort of.
And us a plain manila envelope with some very interesting documentation. Joyce and I had a ton of documents. And some of the stuff had to do with the sub-projects of MK Ultra. Oh, of course, X-Files, MK Ultra, conspiracy.
What the fuck does that mean? Be nice. I just asked how she ended up with Liberty Warrior.
Well, most of us know better by now. But some of these sub-projects involved the milk carton kids. Remember the milk carton kids back in the 80s and 90s? Those kids went disappearing. Well, a lot of those kids got disappeared into these black ops under these sub-projects in MK Ultra. And programmed, shall we say, just like Jason Bourne, the Bourne identity, they were programmed either to be assassins or suicide bombers.
Manchurian candidates.
Manchurian candidates. Yeah. Or sex slaves. Now, when I started comparing some of these notes with Ted, and he started comparing notes with me, that's when I found out how deep that rabbit hole went and how disgusting some of this stuff is. It's so disgusting that most people.
All right, let's see. This is going to be boring, and him doing a very, very, very long monologue. We've already seen that, Jason Q. What else do we have here for tonight? Give me just a second. There's a bunch of channels, man, putting this shit out as new, even though it's not. Is Mr. Manaker back? Do you guys know who Jim is, Mr. Manaker? I don't know how to describe him better. Is Mr. Manaker back? Anyways, there are all of these videos, or all these channels that are putting up old videos that as new and live and everything else. It's very strange. It's very strange, and they're getting a shit ton of views. And I've asked, see, I have YouTube Prime, whatever the YouTube paid version is, so I don't see ads. And it helps people when I go watch their channels. They actually get ad money from me, whether they have ads or not. As long as they're approved for the monetization program, when you have the paid YouTube thing, it goes ahead and gives other creators a full ad, just like somebody watched your ad, okay, a full payment at whatever their CPM is. But I don't see ads, so I asked my community, like, do you guys ever see ads on these channels that you go to, like All News 24, Spicy Prude Chabal, or whatever that other channel is, and they said no, that there weren't ads on them. So I don't know why they're doing it, other than like that Vietnamese lady, she's on there, but why? Like, why are they uploading this shit if it's not for ads? Just to get views, just to get subs, so they can, because as soon as they change their content back to a Vietnamese lady asleep in a garden, like people are going to notice that it's not what they subscribe to, and then leave, won't they? We got Big Mike.
Hey. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Man, it's been a crazy couple of days, both business-wise and... Yeah, there's lots of booms in Trump's speech tonight. There sure was. We're going to talk about that briefly. There's some things that had to be referenced and checked as to what he was in-depthly talking about. Of course, there's some surface things that were very obvious. But we're going to talk about that briefly a little bit tonight. Um, what I liked about his speech was his boldness continues to evolve. He's definitely talking more and more about.
What are you even fucking saying, Eric? What the fuck are you even saying? The fuck are you even saying? You yelled at me some shit about read your comment, and then you say some weird shit. Who the fuck are you, and what are you saying? Because this isn't your show, and I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't think anybody in chat did either. You haven't had a single fucking response except people telling you to shut the fuck up.
The evil, okay? The evil.
That's how we moderate here.
And referencing, how they try to take him down over the years and the things he still managed to accomplish, even though we were fighting that evil along with him. So we'll talk about those things, and we're going to talk a little bit about what to do moving forward, because a lot of us are getting the I don't trust the plan anymore. I don't believe things are happening from our friends and family and people that we're trying to share the truth with. What is our role moving forward, as the description says? We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're also going to talk about the focus of this whole thing. All right. There's key points, obviously, and more than one thing going on, but there's one focus that really started it all. And I'm sure many of you God-fearing patriots.
I mean, I understand the intent to talk shit, but it's better if you can top out a fucking sentence. I think people will be like, oh, wow, he put words together in a way that I can understand an idea that he had, rather than, you fuck shit, caretaker, rodeo. I don't think you're getting the point across. I don't know if you had a fucking seizure on the keyboard, you're drunk, I don't know, but try again.
It's know what it is. We just have to focus on it and let God do his thing. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. But
I don't care that he's not wearing a MAGA hat. Just thank God that he's wearing a hat at all, because we could have this.
Hey, here we go.
I don't care what hat he wears. I don't care where it comes from. I don't care if it says fucking Antifa across it. I don't care. As long as he puts something on. This is nightmare fuel.
Wow, 1,600 jumped on right away. That is so awesome. I'm so glad to have y'all with us tonight. And I'm going to share a little bit of clarity. I'm going to do my best to share some.
Mike's the scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. If he only had a brain.
As we're letting people jump on with us, why don't you tell me where you're jumping on from, and let's do some shout outs real quick.
Somebody was asking about the giant from Kandahar. They captured him and released him in this gigantic airport hangar that's set up to look like a normal human-sized house for comparison.
Here we go. Pablo, Colorado. Welcome. PA in the house. Welcome. Texas in the house. Tori, welcome.
I can't. So when I joined the Army, I'll show you. Like, I'm not embarrassed, but I shave my head with like a real razor every 2 days. But so I had hair, and I would cut it short for football season, and I would grow it out the rest of the year. And then I cut it short for football season. When I joined the Army, I was with a unit that was fucking real big on what is it, AR 670-2, which is like the dress and regulation codes. So they was always hassling you about your hair and shit. They wanted you to get a haircut every 10 to 14 days. So I got real fucking tired of having to go get a haircut all the goddamn time. So I started shaving it, and I had a normal hairline. Like, it wasn't like thinning or nothing. So I started shaving it when I was probably like 19, 20. And in the shower, I would slick shave it with a razor. And I quit. I quit shaving it after about 6 months. and it would not grow back. Like it's like super. I don't know if I damaged it or it was just genetic during that time period. I also went bald. I don't know. But it's real thin, like all the way across the top. And then it also gets real bad. AR-670-1. I don't know why I said -2. Anyways, it gets like really bad, like bumps and shit when it grows back in. So I have shaved it ever since.
Jumping on. Who's jumping
I've
on?
grown it. I've tried to grow it out twice since then, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm shaving it.
Tampa, Florida. Lori, welcome. Hi from Charlotte, North Carolina. Freedom Rings 59. Welcome. Cleveland, Tennessee here. Welcome, welcome. South Point, Ohio. New Jersey. Youngsville, Louise.
I honestly like it bald. That's the reason I started in the military. One was like I didn't want to go get fucking haircuts all the time. But once I did it, I liked it. I mean, it's no maintenance. I've even used like shit like chemical hair strippers and shit just to keep it down. Like when I didn't feel like shaving it. But I like it bald. I don't have to do anything.
Louisiana, Kay, welcome. Roseboro, North Carolina. I about said Roxborough, but it does say Roseboro. Michigan, Miss Linda, welcome. St. Louis, Missouri. Dallas, Texas.
Mariah likes to grab the back of it and shove me down. She's like a schoolyard bully.
Welcome to the show. We're going to talk about it. Hoax Bluff, Alabama, welcome, welcome. Kentucky, welcome. Buffalo, New York in the house. The Sunshine State in the house. Ohio in the house. Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. Maryland in the house. South Florida. Hello, Chris.
I always wear a hat just out of habit. I use it. I mean, like I use it to block the sun, of course. I hardly ever have sunglasses, even though I wear them all the time on here. I use it to pad my head, like when I'm working on a vehicle. I used to be a pretty big mechanic and working in like the construction industry. I even wore one underneath my hard hat, like a welder's cap. I've just always wore a hat.
Christian from Texas, welcome, welcome. Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Avion, Michigan in the house. Tater from Idaho, Rupert.
Tater from Idaho, Rupert.
Idaho, excuse me.
That makes more sense. That was dyslexia.
April, welcome. Georgia, see Georgia. Gun-toting Farmers Branch, Texas. That's right. Amen. Welcome. Save the children, Okie. That's exactly right. Trump said a lot.
I like that profile picture, Bucka.
New York. Welcome, Brian. Oklahoma City. West Virginia in the house. Ontario, Shenandoah in the house. Delaware here, and we don't.
Mike's big-ass head in the hangar.
Okay, anyway. You don't do Joe there, okay? Welcome, Delaware. Trump Country, welcome. Hillbilly Rick, welcome. Summerdale, Alabama. New Florence, Missouri in the house. Long Island, New York in the house. Seymour, Indiana in the house. Hattsboro, Patriots, stay behind Trump. That's exactly right. Ironton, Ohio in the house. Benton, Arkansas. New Jersey. Haven't watched it yet, but it can't wait. Sorry, I caught that off. In Pennsylvania in the house. Ohio in the house. Yeah, Trump set the stage very well for everything to come. Childersburg, Alabama in the house. Sherman, Texas in the house. Michigan in the house. God's in control, absolutely. Boonesboro, Maryland in the house. Toledo, Ohio in the house. Mount Vernon, Ohio in the house. South Mississippi in the house.
Jesus Christ, dude. We're 10 minutes in. Let's go. Get out of the house. Let's go.
The Telegram group that are doing wonderful jobs, and I can't speak enough of love and thank yous for the stuff that they're sharing and taking care of in the Telegram group. Guys, these people are leaders. These people are leaders in our community, and they've done a great job in sharing and being loving and caring about what you have to say, and free. They care greatly about the freedom of speech, and some things have been said that they didn't care for, but they didn't delete you. Okay, they didn't delete you or delete your comments. Was a video that had to be deleted today because it was very racist. I deleted that video myself.
A Jason Q racist video.
None of that is going on in our Telegram group because these moderators are doing such a good job at keeping things positive.
By the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but someone mentioned Michael Jaco earlier. Michael Jaco is reverse aging. Michael Jaco is like got Benjamin Button disease or some shit. He is reverse aging. So we all know. Let me show you. We all know what Michael Jaco looks like now, correct? I don't think anybody doesn't know what he looks like. But this was him years ago when he was still in the military, okay? And you're going to say, "Will, that doesn't look that bad, does it?" I mean, he does look like he's younger now, but it doesn't look that bad, right? He's in slicks. He's got no Velcros, no tags, no nothing on, but it does look older there, right? Slightly older than he does in his video. Look at this one right here. This is him from about 5 years ago. Michael Jaco is reverse aging. I don't know how else to put it out there. Michael Jaco is reverse aging. Look at that. That is a man on his deathbed. That is Wilford Brimley from I Have Diabetes, but thanks to Liberty Medical Supply. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Adreno, something. Michael Jaco is reverse aging. I just thought I would bring that up because that's not enough to do like a whole show on, but something's going on.
Does that make sense? I mean, so with that being said, let's make sure that we give thank yous to them as well when we're praying, and to each and every one of yourselves, guys. Make sure that you thank when you're praying. You make sure God is laying hands on these people to continue His work. Okay, along with yourselves. You know, all praise and glory goes to God. All right.
Oh God.
He knows that He has to use us to get.
You don't make fucking sense, dude. I don't know what you're saying. You're fucking don't make sense. But now you're banned. I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna say a goddamn thing about my kid.
Yes.
Enjoy the silence.
All right. To get the word out, to get the truth out. So let's be grateful to the people that are working together with us in the Telegram group and soon the YouTube group and soon our own website. It's almost done. Soon our own website where we'll have even more freedom.
Yeah, it's the same guy. This is what he looks like basically right now.
Telegram or YouTube or Rumble. You know, we want to. Well, it'll be a lot free.
That's what he looks like right now. This is what he looked like 5 years ago.
So let's be mindful of everybody's time, including God's. Let's be mindful of the negativity we allow in our lives. Okay.
Be mindful of God's time. Okay, He's not running around just doing stuff for you like He has an unlimited amount of time. Okay, don't take up God's time. If you're going to pray for me. That I get more viewers.
And this next one is real important. I wanted to cover all these things because as this draws closer and closer to a head and it erupts and it busts open, you're going to need to know. You're going to need to have the wherewithal to.
It's a zit? Is that what it is?
To understand who you follow, okay?
It's going to have a head and it's going to erupt and bust over.
Who you follow.
Them MREs?
Very important.
No.
There's so much misinformation out there right now, it's not even funny. A lot of questions are coming from misinformation. Well, the power of discernment or the gift of discernment that comes from God is one of the key tools that you have available to you to use to keep away the fear or the scarcity that is created by a lot of misinformation. I saw in the Telegram group last night where a lot of people couldn't sleep because they were afraid Trump was going to be assassinated, or a double or clone was going to be assassinated today at his speech. It turns out it was just, misinformation. Many of us watched the speech and we saw nothing happened, or maybe they thwarted it and just didn't tell us about it. I don't know. Either here or there, guys, Trump is super insulated. There is, from what I understand and what I've read and what I've listened to, and the people that have talked to me about it, okay, I've lost access to one of my main sources as they've gone underground to keep themselves alive and their family. And that's how thick this is getting right now.
Oh my God. He's talking about Jeff. Jeff won't come on his show, but he'll go on Doug's show.
There is almost zero chance of Trump having any.
I banned the guy and the Eric guy from Facebook who doesn't make any fucking sense when he talks. All I understood was that he said something about my kid, and that was enough.
End of life in this scenario, in the scenes or the movie scenes, or in reality. He's well insulated. He's well protected. This won't end like a JFK. Okay. It's going to end like God said it's going to end. And this is the, we're drawing on the final curtain soon. I mean, we're separating the chaff, the wheat, the stuff that God has asked us to be a part of separating as quickly as possible. And it's all coming to light. Even in his speech today, he was a lot more bolder in sharing. He was a lot more bolder in sharing the evilness into the light.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And guys, the more he does it, even though he's not being played mostly by mainstream, the more of it is going to get out. The more of it's going to be reinforced about what's really going on.
The monkey heads from Indiana Jones.
Towards the end of his speech, he said 2020's got to be fixed, or 2024 is dead in the water. Okay? That doesn't mean he's running in 2024. That doesn't mean he's thinking about running in 2024. It means, to me, is what I hear, is that he's still the president. He's picking his cabinet out. In the fall, God has promised to shame and discard or remove all the evil politicians in Washington.
In the fall, God has promised to shame or remove the evil politicians from Washington. Okay. No, he's not on chemo. He's been cancer-free since January. Early January, I think. What do you think is going to happen in the fall? So we missed election. We missed a week after the election. We missed 10 days after the election. We missed December 1st. We missed December 15th. We missed December 31st. We missed New Year's Day. We missed January 6th. Well, some people showed up January 6th. We missed January 13th. I don't know if you guys remember that, but we missed the last day of January. We missed everything in February. Everything they said in February is wrong. We missed March 4th. March 24th, we missed the inauguration. We missed everything. We went all the way through July, everywhere. We missed all of these dates. And now it's just a big general, the fall. What are they going to, can they keep moving it? How many times, put yourself in the shoe of a Mike fan. Okay? Put yourself in the shoes of a Mike fan. How many times can you let it be moved? Are you a true ardent supporter and you've got until someone else is elected in 2024? Or is it literally to the point the next one, you're wrong. The next one, you're wrong. I don't know. But it's the Millennial Kingdom calendar. Seems legit, of course.
And install new ones, okay? It's where we the people will get full power. We already have full power, but we will have people, patriots, and God-fearing people in place to help exacerbate that. Okay. What is misinformation's username? Laugh out loud, guys. I'm not that person. I'm not that person who's going to call misinformation out. I mean, General Flynn, we can call General Flynn out for it because he's done it. He's had to do it. Okay.
Oh, he had to do it. He had to do it. Okay.
I'm not telling you not to follow General Flynn. What I am telling you is that there are people out there who are taking it to the extreme, and don't follow them. Use discernment.
The junkie Julian.
It's much like the Des video. All of us caught that third video come out. It wasn't a whole lot of misinformation as much as it didn't seem to me to come from God.
The third Des video didn't come from God.
Albeit I'm still interested in the power of the universe and the things that he shared about it. Those things are very intriguing. I don't know why. I'm going to find out why, but they're very intriguing to me. That's right. That's how this whole thing started. That's how all of it started. And this is what the whole movement is about. Stopping the child trafficking, stopping the satanic rituals that involve children, women, and men, stopping evil, period. Okay. So I'm not going to call people out.
Does Mike still sell patches, or did he finally leave that marketing? I know he still does multi-level marketing, but did he leave the patch game, or is he still a patcher?
All right, you are definitely allowed to ask questions, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability. I just don't want to spend a lot of time on misinformation and one of the best ways to talk about and to derail misinformation is look at the headlines. Look at the headlines of the stuff that they're presenting to you, and think about what the words mean and say. If you could throw caution flag or a red flag up in the words that they use in just the headlines, it's probably not a good idea to listen or read. And if you do listen or read, you got to have enough discernment and faith in the movement and the faith in God to have what's dark a way to show it to the light. Okay, because then you've made yourself responsible for that.
You know what I was just thinking about? I'd like to try. Patriot Street Fighter has these paid event dinners, right? So like Robert David Steele, let's say Patriot Street Fighter has $1,000 dinner event or hanging out event for 10 people or 20 people or whatever. I would like to get a ticket, try to show up, and be using my concealed carry. From that concealed carry, I would like to try to get in and see if they, knowing who I am, knowing that I don't like Scott, would try to strip away. They've already tried to strip away my First Amendment. They tried to mass flag me and get my videos taken down to where I didn't have a voice here. I wonder if they would fuck with my Second Amendment as well.
All right. With that being said, Trump's speech.
Here we go.
Trump's speech. Like I said a while ago, his boldness, and he even said himself, "I got to be nice." His boldness is getting stronger and stronger in how he delivers the message of how they've attacked the conservative, the Christian, and we're not just talking about the left. Yeah, he uses the left a lot because that's what the mainstream media portrays, and he's got to get the message out.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the price would be. I'm just saying.
The boldness that he's using, or that he's coming from him, is incredible.
He got paid in water.
And it's something to be reckoned with, guys. All right. The stronger your faith is, the bolder you get. Okay. So it's very important to where we go when we're moving forward. And as people are red pilled, or you got people who did believe in the plan and now don't because they think nothing is happening. Well, I can count at least 10 things that Trump talked about that are happening.
Where? Okay? What?
He talked about the Attorney General's office, okay, and Barr, and where's Durham,
but Durham's still missing. Barr has nothing to do with it. He has not been assassinated, executed, tried. He's fucking retired.
He even pinpointed Mike, the interim AG, their inability to take action.
On what?
Not because their hands were tied by somebody, but they were tied by the devil. and meaning that we weren't doing.
I was tied by the devil once. I had to pay extra for it though.
When it comes to the U.S. Justice Department, all right, and a lot of people are calling it the U.S. Injustice Department.
Oh, that's clever. That is the U.S. Injustice Department. How clever. I like that.
Just like Trump said, for them to allow, with no action taken, the FBI folks to spy on the Trump campaign, and no action taken. We'll talk about that in a minute, the jab, why Trump endorsed it. Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. Trump has become a very strong man of God.
Because it's a new one, a perfect one, a 5G compliant one. 5G's fixed. It's a different one. It's hydrochloroquine. It's hydroxycut. You ought to see it. It's amazing. Can't wait till we get it. Oh, it's different. He's pretending. It's not real. What he says about that, you do the opposite because he touched his nose twice and his hair was orange. Okay.
I watched a show the other night from a couple of pastors were talking, and the I can't remember the name.
Oh shit, his hair was orange. I'm sorry, I forgot to play our ad tonight. Here we go, guys. One more shout out to our sponsorship with Patriot Street Fighter. I apologize. And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures. Buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter, but it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes, physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to that for the Patriot Street Fighter Army for reaching out. He actually has 87 grandmas who make fruitcakes all day and then put a giant tomahawk in each one and ship those out. So I appreciate you working with us, helping us get some money going here. Thank you very much for that, and we appreciate it. No, we do not sell to milk toast pussies.
Show his glory. Where they talked about how Trump was actually it was David Rodriguez,
Yeah, White Tiger. One of my relatives got hung up on those gas station diet pills back in the day when they had like the ephedrine and shit in them, shit that they don't have them in them anymore or not supposed to. They got hung up on that shit and it ended up causing a brain tumor like thing. I don't know that it was a tumor. It ended up causing a thing on her brain that ended up rupturing and causing a brain bleed. Like she got fucked up in that shit.
Had a couple of guests on that were familiar.
That's right. Marines having heart attacks at 19 and shit. Kids in high school were taking them as athletes and fucking collapsing on fields and shit. It's crazy.
Talked about how Trump came on scene and into the presidency as a Cyrus from the Bible, and quickly developed into a David. But that was through God. God has worked on Trump the whole time. God has been working on Trump for this time since Trump's childhood, probably.
Anybody need a fruitcake?
He also has a Jesus bloodline. That's right.
Please direct all orders to Patriot Street Fighter at patriotstreetfighter.com.
The 2020 has to be fixed very soon. That's how quickly it's going to come into fruition. But Trump talked about.
I'm not trying to broadcast spiritual feelings from this.
Trump, he
Thank you.
Election fraud later in his speech, but he talked about how they spied on.
I'm not sure where this come from, but I hate it. Bye. Bye.
Did nothing, even though Trump said he had to get his butt moving. That's very bold. It's the first time he said that in the public sphere. And to see inaction from Barr, his resignation was willingly accepted. I mean, there was no quandaries from Trump whatsoever. Even though Trump believed Barr to be a good guy, he knew that something wasn't right.
Barr is just retired. Did he do everything right? No. Does anybody do everything right? Absolutely not.
He also knew how this movie is going to play out.
You guys loved him when he first come there and he started fucking looking into this and looking into that. Now you hate him. He's deep state, cabal, devil tied him up and sodomized him.
Barr's locked up from what I understand.
I was told that Trump's hair looked full of volume. And I think that means that you should invest in headphones. Headphone companies, Bose, noise cancellation software, whatever you can find out there.
Yes, Trump has grown spiritually big time. We got to see him come on board like the two ladies described as a Cyrus from the Bible, and then later develop into God's David in our modern times. Delora, Amanda Grace, and Robin Bullock, they're all saying the same things. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The Bushes, okay, yeah, absolutely. The Bushes equal 911. We'll talk about that later on. I've talked about it some previously in previous shows, but his boldness is what I really want for y'all to understand about his speech today, because he didn't call pencil neck. He called him Adam Schiff, and he spoke about how genuine.
What do you mean I talk about God and the devil? I talk about grifters. They're using God and the devil. None of it's true or accurate. At best, they're false prophets.
Adam got up in front of a microphone and lied over and over and over again. And
what fucking crazy fucking people wander onto the show?
And that was just more exposure of the dark end of the light. And as he continues to do that and continues to come back in front of the public sphere, it's going to continue to do it until stuff is done, or we know about it being done, because we know behind the scenes stuff is happening. If we have any faith whatsoever,
I prove that these people are wrong. They're doing it for the wrong reasons. They're lying. Trump's not coming back.
Behind the scenes stuff is happening. When's the last time we've seen Schiff?
So whatever they go into, whether it's God or whether it's Jason Q's meth or whether I have to get out a calculator, what they're saying is false.
And can we say 100%? If it was recently, can we say 100% it wasn't CGI, computer-generated images? We have to ask those questions, because they used to put him on TV all the time. Trump said once he leaves office, all the news media's ratings would go down because they won't have nothing to talk about. Yes. All right. So the pushing of the vaccine. Let's go ahead and get this off the cover. The pushing of the jab. Trump pushed his version of a safe vaccine. You know, Patriot Mark says it wonderfully right here, which reminded me of it. As you see it on the screen there, that's pretty much the gist of it. Okay.
Trump pushed his version of a safe vaccine while he had reins and used military to control dispensing of safe. It was all the same. Listen, do you go? I haven't verified this information, but someone told me today that I need to check the financial records of some of the companies that got put into the Warp Speed program, because they said at least 2 of the companies were in financial ruin, that they weren't going to be able to survive much longer, that the companies were failing, and that this was basically a handout. Now, I know a lot of politicians had stocks and bonds and money involved with some of these companies. I don't know. Trump is just as much the vaccine is just as much a product of Trump and his fucking bullshit, probably more so than Biden and his bullshit. He developed it. He took away rules. He said you don't have to test it as much. He paid them to make it faster. He paid them to not do as many trials. And he said he was going to use the military to roll it out. And now y'all are mad because Biden sent around somebody to your fucking house. Trump made it on his watch. Then the motherfucker has the audacity to come on the stage and talk about the silencing of people and free speech being an issue. We lost the greatest majority of it under your watch. What the fuck did you do? You monitored the situation? You monitored the situation. You monitored me right into getting banned off my YouTube channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. You monitored me into losing 2 Twitter accounts. I appreciate that. They waited until you had no power left to do anything. They fucking played your game. They pacified you right up until the point where you had no power and not enough time to do any fucking thing. And then they fucking they banned all your accounts. And now you're running around on Rumble and trying to start a social media site that's already been hacked 14 times. Get her. Awesome.
There was a lot of pressure. All right, Trump had surrounded himself purposely by evil people for the chance to expose them and bring them into the light. One, for their fair chance at, and he's been fair this whole time to these people, no matter how evil they've been. All right, but for the chance to repent and to follow God. Some people we'll talk about in just a few minutes have done that, but are still going to pay the price, just not as severely as the ones that don't. With that being said, he pushed the.
I don't want to hear shit about social media. I don't want to hear shit about Trump tried with social media. Trump didn't do a fucking thing with social media. Trump didn't do a fucking thing with social media, even while they were attacking him. Thank you, Bulldozer. 3 6-packs, great show. I appreciate it. Even while they were pushing him off, even while they were silencing him, even while they wouldn't let Hunter shit be talked about, but his tax records were out there publicly, illegally obtained and put out. Even while all that was going on, they monitored it. Awesome. Biden signed the executive orders to get me labeled as a domestic terrorist for hate speech online. Trump monitored it. Awesome. I'm glad.
Basically, to relieve that pressure, because some of it was on his family. Okay, the threats were on his family, not just him, from Big Pharma. But he also held the reins of the military, which he still does, and he was intended on dispensing a safe vaccine.
Trump's not in charge of the fucking military.
Things happen in war. It is fluid. Things do change. All right. He's still going to push the vaccine with the original intention. But the big reason why he pushed it is because, and I've said the V word several times, hopefully YouTube don't catch it, but he's still going to push it.
That's right. People forget. People don't say shit about that. A super majority for 2 years. Nothing.
Because of the lockdowns. Guys, if they would have locked us down forever if he hadn't done that. If he hadn't done that, we would still be in lockdown. We would have lost the whole COVID narrative. All right. As it is now, a lot is coming out for the exposure of all that, including.
Well, people didn't like the way he looked the night before, so he decided to go with a new look. This is the way he looked. This is a mask. If Doug wants to show me evidence of someone wearing a mask It's Doug's dripping face while he is live in a car lot, and it's this right here. That mask don't even fit well. It's not the woman that pulls her tits out and then her hair disappears. That's not evidence. This right here is evidence. His face got twice as tight. Get the fuck out of here. What's he tuck his extra skin up and under that hat?
Including the corrupt, evil jab that's being put out there. Most of the vaccines, the jab that the military was supposed to dispense was B12 or the...
Do you think that we could convince Doug's followers that Mike is wearing a mask? Or do you think we could convince Mike's followers that Mike's wearing a mask? Or do you think that I could pull that image of Doug's face dripping for some reason and convince Mike's followers? Because Mike's followers hate Doug more than Doug's followers hate Mike. Do you think we could convince them that Doug's wearing a mask and that's why his face drips randomly while he's doing a live stream?
I can't remember the name of the one that he was given at Walter Reed, supposedly for when he had it, or HCQ.
Remdesivir.
The military was responsible for distributing, I believe, unless the vaccine proved to be true to its form, which it did not. We all know it did not. I mean, you can go to Pfizer's website, you can go to any of them's website, Johnson & Johnson, and see what the vaccine really is about. That's just simple.
Trump. Now listen. Trump, to us, said that he didn't want to roll out a lockdown, a nationwide lockdown. He wasn't in favor of lockdowns. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. No lockdowns. No this. No that. At the first debate, he started arguing that he had the best lockdowns, the quickest lockdowns, the best, the biggest, the brightest lockdowns. Trump was willing to say whatever it took to get elected, to get reelected, to stay in power. But he didn't do enough. He just said a lot.
Simple truths. When he pushed it, he had no intention of promoting any of that.
He had the bigliest lockdowns.
Yeah, is what Trump was given. Okay, and that's what he wanted to distribute. Hydroxychloroquine was distributed. The reason why he wanted Regeneron was because the elderly needed that burst of therapy that was in that shot if they had any inclination of the flu, which is nothing more. Ivermectin is a good fight against it too. But I mean, basically, the common cold or the flu was the gist of COVID. The narrative just made it worse than it was.
I still, to this day, think that Trump would be a better president than Biden. And I think Trump was tenfold better than Hillary. I'm not complaining with what we got, but there's always more to be done. There's always less talk and more action that needs to be done anytime we put somebody in Washington. It happens every time we send somebody there. Even people that go there, first time, that are young, that are not wealthy, not millionaires, to get elected on this young, hip platform, change the world, they run into brick walls when they get to Washington. The whole fucking thing needs to be restructured, and that starts locally. Because whoever your state senator is this year, in 5 years, is going to be running for federal office. And then someone's going to come from that federal office, and they're going to be running for president in 10 years. That's the way it happened. Well, I guess not 10 years. It had to be at least 11 because 4-year cycle. But still, that's where it starts.
Yeah, from what we understand, the military did this.
So he did do work to stop the border. He enacted it's still enacted actually. Biden is trying to get it stopped, but it's a health order. But there was also record low number of people even trying to get across the border. COVID was so fucking bad, nobody wanted to come here.
First, mostly a safe vaccine.
Or at least the media hyped up COVID as being so fucking bad that nobody wanted to come here.
Yeah, when you're not getting your way, you start to fight amongst yourselves too. What will happen if any of the North Carolina or Virginia governors, I live in North Carolina and grew up in Virginia. Guys, they will be exposed.
So one of the things Trump used at the border was during a national crisis, such as a health crisis or whatever, you can basically up the level of security at the border and the people that you can turn away, and you can expedite it. And it's been enacted. It's BO something, and Biden's trying to fucking take it off the books. But it's still in. The left is complaining because he hasn't yet. It's still enacted right now, even though we have massive amounts of people coming across the border.
I do know that 32 governors were detained, okay, from the Pentagon meeting. I do not know any names, or let me say I cannot release any names because they haven't been given.
I don't care who Trump endorses. I don't care who Trump endorses. If they go and fucking fall into the same trap that Trump went and fell into and gave us the same fucking thing for 4 years, I don't care who he endorses.
No, I did not take the shot. I didn't get the jab.
Yeah, okay, sure. I heard you coughing. Sound a little sus already.
Somebody asked if there was an antidote. There are rumors. There are.
It's called a mad bad.
Spike protein.
Crazy.
Out there now. You can check with Kirsten W. site. She lists all of them. Speaks highly of several of them. Dr. Tenpenny said they are changing the vax. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump went out and said, let's save less kids. It's just that if you look at the prosecutions from under the president for sex trafficking, if you look at the prosecution numbers, it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down. And Trump had a down year and Obama had. So I would say he did just as good. I don't think he did worse. It was just like he didn't do substantially better as everybody's claiming. There's no way. Unless they just didn't prosecute him, and that only means that they got released. So I don't know.
Thank you. I will, Robin. Thank you. Okay, so there is somebody that's been allowed to release the names. Please do, Betty, share that link with us.
So here's one thing you can say about Biden. You might not like him, but he hasn't exactly went. So every time there's an election, the left says you can't elect this guy on the right because it'll be like living in Nazi Germany, and he wants to kill all the immigrants, and he wants to force you to have babies and do away with you'll never be able to get an abortion no matter what, even if you're raped by 30 guys and have 30 puppies. And then the right says you can't elect this guy, he's a communist, we're going to be sent in Russia, we're going to be blah blah blah. Even the far left is like down Biden's fucking throat saying, hey, you didn't do this. What about this? You promised that. So he hasn't done good things for the country, I don't think, like the Keystone Pipeline, and what's going on at the border is a fucking mess. And we're back in the Middle East fucking around and we shouldn't be. But he hasn't went full fucking commie, this, that, and the other like everybody claims they are. Everybody gets in a fucking panic every election cycle. And we all fall into it. We all repeat that narrative. We all scream the same shit. And then when someone gets elected, they do about a quarter of the damage that you thought they were going to do. Sometimes about an eighth. So we got used to everybody doing a quarter of the damage we were told, quarter, and then Trump gets in there and does like an eighth or a tenth of the damage. And we're like, oh my God, best president ever.
That's awesome. That's kind of cute. All right, so Christian told the names today, so we can go check out Christian's site.
It's because the reason they do that is because emotion. The same reason Scott McKay does it. Emotions are what gets people going. So if I can convince you that you're going to be locked up in a concentration camp and you're going to be re-educated and no one's going to have guns and there's going to be German fucking goose stepping police and the UN walking down your streets and blah, 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 you're going to go out and vote. If I just convince you that your taxes are going to be a little bit more, and the border is going to be fucked up for a few months for sure, we're going to lose some jobs and lose some stature nationally, and we probably won't do as well economically, slightly, you're not going to vote. But if I can convince you that you're going to be fucking locked up in a concentration camp, you damn sure going to vote. And if the left can convince you that all immigrants are going to be murdered on sight, and we're going to ban every Muslim that's ever entered the country, and we're going to go out and everybody gets to put them in public stocks and throw fucking pork skins at them, then the left's going to get out and vote. That's the way it happens.
I have backup channels if we get where we need them. We will.
I have backup channels. This isn't even your channel, Mike. This is a marketing channel. That's right. Even so, according to Jason Q, if you believe Jason Q, even the politicians that are currently being executed at Gitmo are going to come back on a spaceship. You got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I haven't seen hide nor hair of him. That doesn't mean he's not back, but it also doesn't mean he wasn't detained. No official word on that. Other things.
What's up, Huntsman?
Chief Justice Roberts was arrested. Well, I mean, I really think he was arrested a while back, shortly after the election stuff went down.
What good does this do?
Could be right. He might have just been arrested.
What good does spreading so-and-so's been arrested and replaced by a clone? This person's been executed at Gitmo and replaced by a clone. This person, you know what it does? It pacifies you. You guys, we should be mad as fuck that we thought we finally made a change. We got a bunch of lip service, and it ended with you showing up to support your guy in D.C. and he saying, "We love you. You're good people. Now go home." And now they're being held as political prisoners and fucking tried on insurrection charges. But if I tell you, oh, he's still in charge, he got so-and-so arrested, this person you hate's been executed, this other person's been replaced with a clone, this person's turned state witness, this person, it pacifies you. Oh, well, at least he's still doing something. Oh, he's still in charge? Yeah. Yeah, he's still in charge. You don't know? You don't know they just executed somebody the other day? Yeah, he runs the whole Gitmo. White hats, that's what it is. Psst, the fuck out of here. This is Mike might not be a part of this. Mike is probably too dumb to be a part of this. But the mentality, the websites, the bigger players in this area are part of the pacifying of the American public that should be mad as fuck at both sides.
All right, so that's a good question. What is Jesus' bloodline? Guys, if you've read and understand Genesis, the book of Genesis, it tells you about the different bloodlines.
They're even telling you that Trump's part of Jesus' bloodline. Are you shitting me? He's the great redeemer.
Bloodlines, okay? It tells you how the dark evil bloodline is created through the Adam and Eve story. It also tells you about Jesus, the bloodline that Jesus was born into. All right? It's very important to understand the Bible.
Wouldn't the bloodline of Jesus and, in fact, everybody be the same bloodline of Adam and Eve? That's a little silly, Mike. If it all came from two people, that's the same bloodline.
Understand the where people came from, and understand what is happening in today's story as well. You know, so when you're asked to get into the Word of God, that's one of the books that you should go get into in the beginning. You know, how Adam and Eve were created, how their story went, who came from those stories. You'll know how the brothers, one murdered each other, one murdered the other, and where the evil came from in that bloodline. I mean, the book of Genesis is very revealing. All you have to do is just read and understand it. And you have to pray for God and the Holy Ghost to give it to you. I have not seen the Chosen series, but I would love to see it. Absolutely. I've heard about it. Thank you for reminding me it's out there.
The fuck does that mean? I'm willing to go through the toxic treatment in order to conquer the disease. Stand for Trump.
If you took the jab, I can't pronounce it, but is what they use for African sleepiness sickness. Been out for 100 years.
Mikovits.
Autism too. Wow. That's pretty good. Pretty good to know. Kemp was definitely one of the governors, but he's going to be under the whole election fraud stuff. Okay, is my understanding that they were all brought to the Pentagon to and told, poop or get off the pot, shit or get off the pot, and don't allow to let them know they weren't
Poop or get off the pot.
going to be allowed to get in the way anymore, because this is going to unfold, and it's going to unfold very soon and very quickly. So, those of us that are wearing patient seeing, please understand that we're getting close, okay? And a lot is going to happen at one time. If you're focused on what's not happening, you will miss out on what is happening, okay? I promise you. If you feel uneasy about nothing happening and you're losing faith, just keep grinding out your relationship with God, and it will come full circle.
If you're mad as fuck because you feel like nobody did anything for you, that all the politicians left you fucking high and dry, that even Trump, when he asked you to come to D.C., fucking left you hanging, and now all your friends are political prisoners being prosecuted for an insurrection that was basically trespassing for 99% of the people there. If you're mad about that, just ignore it and pray harder.
I promise you that. Excuse me. With that being said, that's where we need to go with the folks that, that used to believe in the plan and don't, that are losing faith in it all. They need to understand, we need to understand that it's our job to go back and pray for them, not with them, but for them. Let God do the work. He's willing to. All right. We have to stay grounded in our relationship with God in order to help others stay grounded in theirs. All right. And it really is that simple. Instead of getting frustrated, we have to go and thank God.
If the top people in both parties, all right, so the radical left, the far left agenda, and even some moderate to far left are upset with Trump or are upset with Biden and what he's doing. The right wing is upset with Biden and what he's doing, okay? What he's currently doing. They think he should do more, we think he should do less. But if they convince you that, Trump is, they convince the left that, Trump's going to be prosecuted, he's going to be in trouble, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and Biden's going to get more progressive, just wait, he's just making sure he can get it figured out. And they convince the far right that, or the right wing, that, Trump's really in charge. Don't worry, he's really in charge. He's going to come back. He's going to come back. Now, eventually it's going to come to a head when nothing happened. And for either side, Biden's not as progressive as anyone thought he was, and Trump's not really in fucking charge. But for right now, while people are home, while people don't have jobs, while people are angry and upset and all over the internet and have time and nothing to do, it keeps you sitting on your ass is what it does. It keeps you pacified.
For the time that they did believe and help and ask God to quicken their spirit back to life so they can get back on the train with us. And he will, okay? He will get, okay? It's amazing the things that God does to help us keep moving forward, because he means for this to go down. He means for it dark to light, good versus evil, and we know he wins. So we also have to come from a victory standpoint. That's why I have never wavered in what's going to happen. All right. I've never wavered. I've lost friends and stuff, and family members don't believe me, but it's okay. It's okay. I've never wavered. I've lost friends and stuff, and family members don't believe me, but it's okay. It's okay. Members don't believe me, but it's okay. It's okay. And family members don't believe me, but it's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay, no matter how many times you keep telling yourself that.
To God be the glory. So that's the emotional roller coaster that we choose to ride. God describes a lot of this in the Bible. You know, we will lose family members because we believe in Him. He says it in.
There's a difference between the people who were fucking fighting cops and the people who were busting out windows, the people who were throwing fucking chairs and breaking shit down and stabbing people with American flags, and the people who just wandered around once the building was open. And I think that there should be a complete difference in how they are approached by the federal government, how they're treated, and what happens there.
With that being said, you know, Trump's speech today also talked about the WHO organization and the Paris Climate Accord. You know, and to me, those things are all narrative, because we know that Biden is the president, but he's the president of 10 square miles of foreign land in D.C., which houses also an illegitimate Congress and the inability to have any power whatsoever, because he's dissolved the U.S. corporation. All right. That brings us to the White House in small letters. All right. In capital letters, U.S. corporation. In small letters, the United States Republic. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
No, that's not true. You can't say no need to bash the best of what we have. That's not bashing. Being honest is not bashing. I'm tired of fucking pretending about shit that's not fucking happening. I'm not going to pretend he's fucking Jesus. Is he the best option we had? Absolutely. Did he do everything right? Nope. I'm not going to keep pretending that he's the Redeemer, he's the Savior, he's anything to do with aliens or space or Gitmo or in charge of the military. He failed me in many ways. A lot less than most politicians have. But we've got to be honest about it. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of pretending that this is this and this is that when we can all clearly see it isn't. We have to make up stories and narratives to make it fucking make sense. There's no supporting evidence. There's nothing going on. I'm going to tell the truth. If you feel the need to protect him because he's the best we got, that's fine. I'm going to tell the truth. That's all I can do.
All right. I'm glad it makes sense. All right. Small letters. It was so important, but yet so obvious. And it just had to slow down long enough to keep it. Okay. Because he talked about, before he said that, he talked about the straw man briefly. The straw poll, should I say. All right.
He talked about a straw poll. You took that and made it the straw man, trying to tell people to claim their birth certificate money. Not only has Mike told people that they can get thousands of dollars from the birth certificate through the Treasury, he's also told them not to admit that their bond is a birth certificate. And if asked, is this the birth certificate thing? To lie and say, no, it's my bond. These people typically get 30 days to withdraw their order when they make a fraudulent claim. If for some reason they don't get the notice that comes in the mail, or they push through and he tells them, oh, that's just technical, don't worry about that 30-day thing. If that happens, they will be prosecuted. You have 30 days to withdraw that, because they know people get fucked up and get confused and get grifted and get scammed. If they don't withdraw within 30 days, then the federal Department of Justice, the Treasury Department, starts pursuing that as an actual legal court case for trying to commit fraud for financial gain against the federal government. He's literally going to get some of his fans in court.
And I didn't know it was coming, but when it did come out, I immediately knew what he was saying. That doesn't mean the White House is in D.C. It could mean it, but it doesn't mean the White House in D.C. We all believe, a lot of us believe, that there's going to be a new White House, that he will never step foot back into the White House in D.C. because of the evilness that has been there. Not to mention how the whole Washington Monument and all that is laid out into satanic symbols, and Bell and the Baphomet symbols are galore all over the place.
Postmaster General of the World. Postmaster General of the World is my favorite.
Absolutely.
That son of a bitch come unglued and started screaming and all. Do you know who I am? I drink the blood. What?
Amen. 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 With what's on the screen. No trespassing signs. Don't answer the door. It's been pretty peaceful from what I understand. The ones that have gone on in the United States. The door knocking. All right. They're not forcing the jab on you. They're asking you about the jab. All right. No incidents is reported that I know of the jab actually being forced on you at your residence from these door knockers. They're mainly asking if you've had the jab. Now, does that mean they'll come back? I have no clue. What they're doing is unlawful. Trump said that in his speech in a roundabout way. If you didn't catch it.
That's the qualifiers they need. Hey, Trump come out and just said it right in the middle of his speech. In a roundabout way, if you add this together and you take this part and cram it with that part, delete a few words and add these in there.
He certainly said it.
He said it.
What they're doing is unlawful and unconstitutional. Said one right behind the other. The EBS will come when it comes. That's exactly right. The main reason for those governors being detained is the operations that are going down now. They don't want anything to hamper that. No governor to get involved in slowing it down anymore.
I think the way they are avoiding HIPAA violations, now I could be wrong, but from some documentation I read today, which I can't even validate, it was supposedly leaked documents, is the way that they are they're avoiding HIPAA violations is they're targeting communities that they know have low percentages. They're not coming to you because they know you did or didn't. They're going to areas where they know the number of people who didn't is high, anonymously, and then they are coming around to knock on your door and give you information about it. Someone said that they're going to have someone qualified on staff to be giving them out. I don't know.
Obviously, there's a great deal of number of them that have been involved in slowing it down. They want to keep the U.S. corporation alive versus going back to the republic. So, they've hampered it. They've also know that the military and Trump administration and we the people know that they were a part of, most likely, in the fraud.
That's right. It's they want community leaders. They want your preacher, a local nurse, community volunteers, and they're targeting communities. To be completely honest, it sounded like they were going to target lower income black communities. Now, you might say that's racist, but those are the people that typically trust the government even less than I do. They're also trust medical devices and new medical processes less, and it seems like it's going to happen in a lot of those areas.
Okay, I just answered that question there.
I'm not saying only those areas, but the majority of those areas. Elderly community, you're right. That was another target.
Cain and Abel, that's right. The two sons, two different bloodlines.
And that's what I think would be the most fun. I wouldn't let them in your house, but if they want to talk on the porch, I would have all the information standing by. What about this? What about these people? What about what happened with this person? What about this? What about the heart stuff? What about the blood clots? What about this? What about the testing? What about the that this is still technically an experiment? What about this? What about waivers? What about paperwork? I think that would be fun. I might record it.
We hope so too. Cain and Abel, that's right. The two sons. Okay, I just answered that question there.
Bitch better have my money.
Cain and Abel, that's right. The two sons, two different bloodlines. We hope so too. Yeah, I mean, the best protection is, one, you got to have no trespassing sign. Two, you also need to let them know from the that they weren't invited there if you open the door. They weren't invited there. You appreciate, be
I live in the type of community I don't think they'll come to. Just by reading what their target is, I don't think they'll be in this area. If they are, we have a really weird sign about trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again, kind of in a video game kind of deal on the front porch. I don't know that they'll open my gate to get to my front door, but maybe.
peaceful. But you appreciate what they're trying to do, but you're not interested. You're not interested in answering their questions, and you're not interested in what they have to say.
That's exactly right.
You can ask them to politely leave. If they don't,
That was another Trump deal of putting them under protection through the same court that covers the childhood ones. No liability. He did the same thing to ramp up mass production. So there was a deal signed, and this is going to affect somebody that I know, I'm pretty sure, eventually. There was a deal signed with 3M and some other companies that make personal protective equipment, not only for hospitals and blah, 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 but also for construction. And like when you're cutting concrete, you got to wear a mask, and when you're welding and blah, blah, blah. There was a deal signed that if they would ramp up production, that they would lose some liabilities they had surrounding their personal protective equipment through Trump. That's fine. I understand if you want to jumpstart some production and blah, blah, blah. It's 10 years. The protection is forever for the stuff manufactured within 10 years. So if I'm on a job and 11 years from now, and it's a mask, someone bought you 5 6-packs, thank you. If I'm on a job now 11 years from now and my mask was made the year before and I'm cutting concrete and I end up fucking passing out and goddamn dying or getting cancer or something in my lungs, I can't sue over a COVID bill 10 years from now, even though they claimed to protect me and they didn't. That's pretty crazy.
you're going to call the police. And they did, you did see the no trespassing signs before you come in the yard. But that is the protection. All right. There's been no reports of them becoming violent or trying to overtake you on your property and give you the jab. None of that.
I heard they'll sick hounds on you. I don't know that that's true, but as long as we're just making shit up, Mike, let's say that they have they literally have Satan's dogs. It's a Cerberus, and they sick it on you. And instead of having 3 heads, it only has 1 head with 3 vaccine doses taped to it. They're going to give you 3 of them.
What does the S on my hat stand for? Snap-on tools.
Satan. That's a Satan hat.
Yes, expect a lot of false flags in the coming week, guys. A lot.
A lot.
What about the birth certificates? We pretty much covered that. Go back and watch past episodes if you didn't catch it. And if you have any questions, jump in the Telegram group and ask them. Someone else posted the picture of banknote in the bottom left-hand corner like I talked about in the Telegram group. So you go to the media file and you can see that without having to go search through thousands
He's rebooting.
posts. You go right to the media file and find it. That's right. That's right. We got to let go and let God handle this. All right. You can also remind them, just as Jane has posted.
Look, if they're really as scary and as evil and as satanic as what y'all are claiming, they're going to put it in the water supply. They're going to put it in the fucking air. They're going to goddamn put it in the food. You're going to get it either way.
Personal health info. That's why it's unlawful. They're just going to random homes at this point. There's no way of them knowing who's had a jab and who's not. They did in Bladen County here in North Carolina. They did an extensive phone call thing where they asked. Many patriots did not tell the truth, which I don't blame them. I wouldn't tell the truth either, but they didn't seem to be able to get them off the phone until they said yes or no to had they had it or not. Many patriots said yes. All right. So I would imagine in communities where they didn't have that much response via telephone is the community leaders going into right now and knocking on those doors. Okay, because that's all they're doing is asking if you've had it, not trying to force it on you. I mean, they may come back later and try it, but they can't. You know, a lot of this will end before that ever happens.
Oh yeah, because Trump's coming back. Don't forget, guys. He's just allowing all of this to happen, so you guys know how bad Biden is. He couldn't just tell you or show you. You got to see it. Then we have 1,000-year reign.
The 13th or the 15th, or sooner. That's my thoughts. This week, if the public is made aware of things that are going to go down this week, and they do go down, as we know, the war is fluid. All right, it changes. All right, God's timing is perfect timing.
Water is fluid.
But if it goes all the way to August, because August 1st is the expected full class, where he declassifies everything in Washington. All right.
What?
Class. But if it goes all the way to August, because August 1st is the expected full class, where he declassifies everything in Washington.
August 1st, everything's being declassified in the world, in Washington.
All right. And that's one of the biggest things they all fear. Good question. Never said that Jesus married or had children. What I did say was he was born into a bloodline that other people were born into.
Ah, so now you have to admit it's his cousin or something, huh?
Possibly you and I. You never know until you find out. You can put the no trespassing sign on your door.
Yeah, I wish they'd leave God out of all of this, their religion or whatever.
I think the best way to get answers in the media is go to Christians' page. She has good intel. Don't always agree with everything she says, but she has good intel.
There you go. Go to Kirsten's page. Mike's endorsing Kirsten. Doug's calling her a Chinese spy.
Father said to restore his name in the name of Yeshua or Yua. The creator is not a God. God is the God of this earth. His name is, I don't know about all that.
El Shaddai. Oh, no. Misdemeanor. Got him on the screen. Show us your proof on your birth certificate. You're encouraging people to commit fraud. Proof. Damn it.
I've not encouraged anybody to commit fraud. Those are your words, and I don't appreciate you putting them in my mouth. Nothing against what you're saying. But again, those aren't my words. Those are yours.
Got him.
I have showed proof.
Where?
There's video footage out there of me showing proof. Okay. If need be, I'll do it again. All right. I should have done it the other night when I said I was going to, but my wife worked late, and she has the keys to the fire safe. Where they are.
So what his proof is, going to the website, putting in his numbers and saying, okay, mine's worth $68,000. That's not proof. That's not proof.
Let's see what else we got.
He's talking about his family's birth certificates. He got them out and showed them on air and typed it in and said, oh, mine's worth $62,000 or whatever the fuck he said. Where's that money? Where's that money?
There's another person that has that same thing that I have.
That doesn't matter. It's an anti-fraud device. That's what he's claiming. My certificate has banknote printed on the border. There's another person that has the same proof I have. That's not proof, dude.
There's another one.
That's not proof. There's another person that has my proof.
I agree with that statement. Kirsten W is not a Chinese spy, that's for sure. Talk about Hollywood. We're going to talk about Hollywood now. Let me go over here and get this open. Okay,
He's panicking. Somebody caught him. He's encouraging his fans to commit fraud, and I hope that when they do, and they succeed by following his advice in committing fraud, not in getting money, they're not going to, that he is brought up on charges.
Can everybody see me when I flipped over my Facebook Messenger? Let me go down and find Brian. All right. So,
by the way, not every state does that. So you just have to look at your own birth certificate. But my marriage license has it. My birth certificate doesn't. So next he's going to tell me my marriage license has been traded on the stock market. But it depends on who their paper supplier is. Basically, they use high quality paper that has anti-fraud devices in it. So like some states and the signature line's not actually a line. It'll say microprint, real small. Like 5 layers deep, but it'll be so tiny it looks like a solid line until you like zoom in, right? Others will put notes and stuff in the scroll work and blah blah blah, but whatever paper supplier they use, they don't give a fuck if it's a business license, a birth certificate, a marriage license, whatever. They print that son of a bitch on there, and that's where it's at.
Operation 109 or Operation 1009 is where a lot of this information came from.
Good job, Misdemeanor.
It's pretty important stuff.
I've been trying to get in contact with the HR or the
yes. Okay. Before I go into the Hollywood stuff that I'm gonna share with you,
the publicity office, the public relations office, I guess, not HR, the public relations office for the Treasury Department to try to get an official statement or to get a recording and talk to somebody. It's not happening.
Someone just said we need to reiterate and understand that
we need to reiterate.
We need to reiterate.
Reiterate.
Trump has never stopped being president. He's never conceded.
By the way, I didn't rewind that. He did it twice.
Someone just said we need to reiterate and understand that we need to reiterate.
Yeah, they're 23. They're actually 18 because it costs $5 a ship, but shipping's free if you buy a shirt. So they're actually $18 and $5 shipping. But I didn't feel like trying to do all that, so I just made them 23. Okay. We got stickers too.
Lawfully inaugurated, even though they went through the motions, it was more like a proclamation, is the way it's being described. Okay. All right, so because he knew the only thing he could be president over was the 10 square miles in D.C. and a bankrupt corporation that used to be the United States. I'm not talking bad about Christian W. I have nothing bad to say about her.
Good job.
I even said her intel was good. She has some very good sources. All right, so this is about Hollywood. This is Justin Bieber report right here, guys. Justin Bieber told
that's right, Eddie.
Bible study class in Los Angeles that Hollywood elites killed his unborn child and destroyed the relationship he had with the child's mother, Selena Gomez, as a way of punishing him. Since finding God last year, Bieber has become a regular at the Bible study class held at the Montage in Beverly Hills. And on Wednesday, he shared what he called the worst moment in his life with the congregation and explained why he had to retire from the music industry, telling churchgoers that he will never go back to the evil music industry until the pedophiles and monsters at the top of the game are run out of the town. Everything is disinfected with bleach and sunshine.
He's telling a story about Justin Bieber turning state's witness. 57 minutes. is where I'm at. 57 minutes.
Bieber explained how Hollywood elites tried to corrupt him as well. So there more and more are coming forward, guys, and exposing what they are. Let's see what else we got. Breaking news in Arlington, Texas. A local CBS station. Former New England Patriot and current Atlanta Falcons linebacker Barkevious Mingo turned himself into police in Arlington, Texas on a charge of indecency with a child, CBS Dallas reports. What they aren't telling us is whose child.
I'm just checking this. I don't know what he's. DFW CBS local. Barkevious Mingo arrested on child. He turned himself in after they put an issue for indecency with a child. Police said on Saturday he was arrested Thursday night for an alleged incident involving indecency with a child sexual contact. That has been under investigation. Mingo won championship with the Patriots 2016, playing every game that year, including the Super Bowl. Come back against the Falcons. No other information available immediately. Okay.
Child was it? How old was the child? Did he pay money to procure this child? What information are they directly avoiding from and keeping from us? Was this a sting operation? In light of so many high-level cases of sexual assault and child trafficking this last year, it is safe to assume this man is connected to an elaborate pedophile ring that's in the middle of being brought to light.
Why is it safe to assume that?
Use discernment. Okay, I will post the links to these stories in the Telegram chat in a little while. But I found them very important to share. There's a couple more.
I don't think it's safe to assume that he's part of an elite pedophile ring.
But you get the gist of it. Let's see what else we got here.
That'd be like saying Mike Penny was convicted in 2016 of speeding. It's safe to assume that he is part of an illegal drug cartel who uses fast cars and even faster women to spread drugs across South Central Miami. What?
All right. The touchy subject needs addressed. A 23-week pregnant investigator went undercover into late-term abortion clinics. What's the difference between satanic child sacrifice and an abortion? The willingness of the mother is what they're saying, maybe. Or perhaps a murderer wears scrubs instead of a robe. Guys, you have to use discernment. There's a full story there on that. I'll share in a Telegram group. The video I will not post in the group. It is very, very graphic. I didn't watch it myself, but the first 30 seconds of it is graphic enough for me not to share it. Got one more story here. More and more, the child sex trafficking is making it into the mainstream, mostly on local channels right now, but it will make it national here soon. They won't be able to avoid it.
Come on, Mike. Get something interesting.
There we go. Some do, some don't. Before I try to figure that out, but I'm going to have to mention Hillary in his speech tonight, and the crowd started chanting, "Lock her up, lock her up, lock her up." I would hope the crowd had already started chanting, "She's locked up, she's locked up." Bill Clinton admitted in a military tribunal Clinton's received over $1 billion per year for involvement in sex trafficking. Report said he is supposedly getting life as he cried at Hillary's death. All right, let's see. Wow, so some did, some didn't. I guess we'll have to try to figure that out. But I'm going to have somebody on this week that's going to help us with some fine details of this. And you can also go to Melissa Redpill. Melissa Redfield World channel on Rumble. She's got some great 2 or 3 videos on it as well. She interviews the author that wrote the book and tells you how to become an American nationalist and get your name off and get your money that's owed to you for your birth certificates, marriage license, death certificates, yada, yada, yada. So there we go. Some do, some don't before 52. What's the 411 on the Florida condo collapse? Guys, it's
How Hillary dies every weekend.
Right. Okay. So this is good right here. But the 4-1 on the it basically boils down to is the last ditch effort by the deep state cabal and using some of the weaponry they still had in their hands. Okay. If you'll notice the unique way the building was brought down, it looked like somebody sliced a big sword through it instead of it being blown up. All right. It was demolition, but it was done through laser from the ground up. So Rebel Texas makes good points here, okay? Biden is not president. Oath was incomplete.
Wrong. False. Oath was complete.
Given before 12:01 p.m.
oath was given before 12:01 p.m. for Trump. He's not president?
Yep. 21 gun salute was not 21 and not in step.
I can't remember what was going on with the 21 gun salute. They had a reserve battery up there firing because they had a failure to fire when they were getting ready. I think's what it was. I can't remember.
Oath was taken on a Masonic evil
Nope, it was taken on an actual. It's actually a cool story. That Bible has been in his family for like hundreds of years. It's a handwritten Bible with steel like metal latches on it. It's a pretty crazy looking Bible.
All right. That's a very good way to put it. It's all under control. It turns out Tesla was right. 369. This is consciousness programming, control of consciousness, essentially. We are now in the reverse of that process. Yep. Watch the governors. If you order a current copy of your birth certificate, it'll have the numbers on there. This is the second time we've heard Justice Roberts was recently arrested. Could be so. Could be so. If that's the case, guys, we're getting closer and closer. We have to remember that, and you can hear it in Trump's speech today too, is they know there was fraud without a shadow of a doubt. They know there was fraud. They have the evidence of the fraud, even though the mainstream media says they have no evidence still. To this day, despite their own TV shows that they aired election night that showed the vote switches, okay, in several states. Sorry about that. Sinus range.
Melania's dresses sync up with Trump's ties to form a code within U.S. flag code, I think.
Trolls make milk money. That's funny. I need to research Justin Bieber. He chose the devil sign up all the time. He's got one of his eyes covered. That should tell you right there. Plus, he's a clone now. Could very well possibly be. I'm glad you brought that forward because I kind of felt the same way. But I hadn't done the research. So good points, and we'll check it out. There we go. Leave trolls alone. The IP address are there, and all they're doing is helping Mike's ratings, right? Lieutenant Mike Bird, black BLM fan, murdered Ashley Babbitt. All right. If you say so, I'm not sure about who did that. I mean, we all know it's part of the story, but we should know. He basically recapped his 4 years as president, the 45th president, and kind of subliminally hinted at as soon as he returns to office now in small caps at the White House, at the White House with small capital letters or with small letters, that we would be a full-on free republic, and it's getting close. Of course he did. Of course he did. Let's go down to these new comments. Yes, I heard Ashley was alive. I've actually seen video footage of her after the fact. We'll see. I don't think she's dead either. In fact, I believe my heart, with the discernment, God, the gift of God, that a lot of that was fake. Her death was fake. No, didn't burp. The Telegram information. Let me share a screen with you. Let me share a screen with you right quick, and we'll preview the Telegram information with the Telegram channel. All right. The last time I did this, we had over 1,000 people join. Here's our Telegram channel, guys.
Oh, God.
You can see they're very active over the course of the entire show. I have to turn their notifications off because they fill up the screen over in the digital studio. Some true patriots and God-fearing people in here, and I'm so proud to be a part of this group. All right, so let's go here and get the group link so you can join. and I'm gonna share it in the. We'll share it in the. Share it here first in the comments, and if y'all will be patient, I will. There you go. Under Legacy Marketing Network is the group link. If y'all be patient, I'll learn how to do a banner right quick where I can keep it across the bottom of the screen.
The banner doesn't help because it's not clickable. They would much rather have a clickable link. No one's going to type in, 36 digits to find your group, okay?
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Somebody's going to type that in. You're out of your fucking mind.
I figured it out pretty quick. Thanks for your patience. Let me get back over here to the chat.
Does that make my glasses look more realistic?
All right. There it is across the bottom of the screen for everybody, the Telegram join group link. Okay. Flynn is good. Flynn is great. You have to order a certified copy of your birth certificate in order to get it full on in the numbers. I should have said
Got to order a certified copy.
that as well, but thank you for saying that. If you sent me a question on Telegram, I'm pretty sure I haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, there's probably over 10,000 people have reached out to me on Telegram. And I'd love to get to each and every one of you. There's just not enough time today to do everybody, to get to everybody in that day. All right, so this is good. Russell J. Gould is true. Scott McKay just met with him for 6 hours. Yes, we knew Russell was good and true. Okay. Yes.
This is the oh shit, CBC Media for the truth. That's right, misdemeanor.
He has met with Trump in January of this year.
This is the mask they should force these grifters to wear all the time.
All right. Let me add a banner back. Okay, so Mark Z, I didn't listen to his latest show yet. Hopefully we're going to connect this week and we'll see. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about this, okay? The Bushes were dealt with very late in the game. And to my knowledge, that's why Barr became the AG. It was a negotiation between the Bushes and Trump. There was a negotiation between the Bushes and Trump that
I don't think they're. I would love to think so, and it's kind of sad that to even bring this up. But I don't know that. Are they even going to be dealt with, or are they even going to? No, I mean, not dealt with. That's what I said about the Bushes. Are they even going to be proven wrong? I don't know. Like, they might just slowly disappear. Scott, you can already tell Scott's trying to turn his shit more legit depending on who he's talking to. I think Scott's going to end up being a politician in the Texas area, Dallas. If you live there, either move or, have you ever played the video game Hitman?
G would keep the Bush's name out of the public sphere for the evilness as long as he could, if at all. All right. And because he hadn't included his children in some of the satanic stuff. Or any of it, as a matter of fact, from the best of my knowledge.
I miss the old frogs.
To help the Bushes, okay, which is leaders too, because he was there for the Iran-Contra affair, which would later take him down, obviously, along with his inactivity over the criminality in the FBI and stuff like that he knew full well he had evidence to do things with.
I miss them more each day.
With that being said, understand that Barr left the scene after he did his job for the Bushes. Okay. Bush Sr. died of a lethal injection. He was executed and he didn't die of sickness. All right. The same with No Name McCain. All right. Those were just stories that are told to cover it up. Yes. It has been said that the D-class will show us that Bush Sr. was responsible for the death of JFK, the assassination. D-class will prove all of that.
I got you guys. Hold on. I can fix this. Give me just a second. Let's do this. I know what you guys really need. I know what you're longing for. Hold on just a second. I know what you need. It's okay. I understand. It's honestly completely acceptable. I understand it's how we deal with grief, right? So, it doesn't hurt my feelings any. You want to see everybody, I think, wants to see the boys reunited. There we go. What you got for us, Mike? You understand? I'm available. $73,000, Dyslexa. I'm available. You understand? I will make the time. I'm available. You understand? Mike, tell them what you got.
Let me see if I can catch that comment.
I got a hard job, huh, Mike? Literally, like my penis.
Watch it and see what you think. I've probably already seen it, and I can tell you that they will make up anything they can to discredit Trump, and they have, and they will continue until they're fully eradicated and removed from the earth. All right.
That's a good point, Mike.
The video. I can tell you that years ago, this all started. It didn't just start after Trump became presidency. It started years ago. They infiltrated these people. Why do you think Trump had a show on NBC? Because he was infiltrating all this evilness. That's how he knows so much about it. It ain't because he was president and then somebody gave him intelligence on it.
Why is my eyes twitching?
I mean, he lived amongst them. He donated money to them. He went to their parties. He went. I mean, he lived it. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows how evil, at least Hollywood was. Okay, he may not have known about the government fully, but he knew something right with the government, that they weren't making good decisions, that they were squandering away the country's wealth long before he ever ran for office. I mean, Trump knew these things. So, yes, you will see some well-made stuff, some very good stories told on President Trump. The reason why they asked Trump to run for office, and we're talking about military people, okay, and billionaires. The reason why they asked him to be the one to run for office, one is because that's what God urged him to do, because God anointed Trump for just this time, okay? But the reason why is because they knew they couldn't find anything on Trump.
Look how good our numbers is. I mean, our God numbers is.
Okay, they knew Trump could not be bought. Trump got into office as a Cyrus, okay? During the time he realized what he was dealing with.
Cyrus the virus.
Enormous size of evil that he was dealing with, and became a David, became a God-fearing man deeply, okay? He so loves his...
Before we pray about God, I would like to take this time to present our patches. These are the X40 Meat Hammer Miracle patches. Let's just go ahead and block out the non-needed parts of the show over there. These are the LifeWave X40 Elevate, Activate, Regenerate, Eradicate, Escalate, Ejaculate. X40 Meat Hammer Miracle patches. They'll put a little lead in your pencil, if you know what I mean. They're like the mama bears, but with methamphetamines. There we go. All right, back to what were you saying, Mike?
This country so loves the people in this country, and he knows, just like we all should know, there's more good people than there are bad. There's more good people than there are bad. One of the things that he said in his speech was very powerful tonight. He said that.
What do you mean you guys aren't hookers? I was clearly told by Bonafide you were both hookers.
Have us believe that they were the majority because of the
No, he said hookers, the word hookers, and that it was going to be on the house.
These fascist pigs.
I haven't sold enough water this week.
Have been nothing more than infiltrated.
Bonafide won't give me my allowance from Lynn Wood.
Pushed into play to bring America.
Yeah, hookers. Okay, sorry, Mike. Go ahead. I apologize.
But you still show me.
Me and Mike's still best friends. Don't go to his show, and I'm not going to give you his link. Okay?
All right. Here's another good question. Let me see. Why is Ashley Babbitt husband on?
I'll take that one, Mike. Actually, Bologna Fried's telling me I got to send it back to you. Sorry.
Life is not the same without her and all that. Could he be paid and acting? Exactly. It's not could he. He was. All right. He's paid and acting. Just like the Floyd family, handsomely paid and acting. There's a lot of that going on.
Can one of you pretend to be my daughter and just speak to me? Nothing sexual. I just want you to text me every once in a while and pretend like we still have a relationship. Is that too much to ask? I'll pay.
Yes, Pence was another like Barr. So for Pence was way more caught up in the pedophilia stuff than people will realize. Yes, it's a very big movie. Yes, Cyrus is what he's born for. He is tough and has faults, but the Cyrus in the Bible was not.
Mike, you hungry?
Absolutely.
I'm hungry.
So we're still hearing this. I used to think it was Pence, but now all the Pence stuff is out there. So the first arrest, I'd love to see y'all put in the chat who you think it is.
I hope it's Mike Penny
Who you think the first arrest
and Lynn Wood.
really is going to be the thing we first notice in the mainstream that is told, and it's going to kick all this off. And unfortunately, as soon as they started.
Have you guys heard about this new CCP communism Chinese spy, Hurston?
Announcing it in the mainstream, they've met their own demise. But I'm thinking that it's going to be the Pope, since he didn't die during surgery. Yep, I'm thinking myself it's going to be the Pope. What do y'all think? Fauci is not going to even the leftist people who followed and pushed his stuff.
Where you guys call in from tonight?
So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal about Fauci. Now the whole
I say calling in, even though it's just a chat.
That'd be a different story. But just to arrest Fauci, it would be. Yeah, people want Hillary arrested, but she's not as a hot topic for arrest right now as some others. Just my opinion.
Big Dick Durbin in the house, so see that one.
First arrest could be Biden, but again, are we going to shock the world for the man that campaigned mostly in his basement? And here's another realization and truth. Okay, Biden's picture is not in any federal building, including the Pentagon and Virginia. Also, for the unknown soldier tribute, Biden cannot touch or walk with soldiers to the wreath.
That was a COVID precaution.
Okay.
I think Chahiro Churros. I think that she might be transgendered and CCP.
I agree with that. The Queen, that would be a shocker. Anderson Cooper, we're going to get to see all of those. John Kerry.
I heard, this is serious, I heard the most interesting story today about a sting operation. I'm going to drop a video on the Telegram. It's a really, really interesting story. I think it's like an 8-minute video. It's so interesting about the government started producing these fake or these phones that were supposed to be like secure phones, like the satellite phones, and they distributed them to drug dealers and then busted them all. I'll drop it for you guys later.
Denise, I hope and pray that I'm wrong, but I do not believe that she did. In fact,
yep. Looks like Shady J's going to mommy's basement. No ice cream for you, bitch.
That's fine. They're entitled to their opinion, and still I hope for the will of God to be done. Not anything.
You can go hang out with Chahurston and the mama bear hookers. How about that?
John McCain's already gone. Yes, in the movie she surely did die. Actually, Babbitt surely did die if you look at the movie. It was staged.
I believe it's a movie too, Mike.
Yeah, Mother Teresa died the day after Diana's accident.
I mean, I didn't mean to say, guys, bitch is in the Bible, I'm pretty sure. We want to thank God for our numbers and thank Lynn Wood for our sponsors. That's the way we like to lay those out.
Any of those, Hillary, any of those, right?
I was just joking with you, by the way, Shady.
Oprah would be a shocker. That's exactly right.
Seriously, no ice cream.
House arrest now. I would love to see Mad Cow arrested, but I don't think that's a shocker. She's doing a good job of taking her own self out, and she's gone crazy on her show lately.
You understand? I'm available. I'm 73,000. I'm available.
I did not see it, but I heard about it. Yes.
This is DJ Froggy Fresh. I want to thank you guys for coming out to the American Legion. We had a total of 4 people there. I felt like I was signing autographs with both hands. I felt like I was signing autographs with both hands. We had 4 people at the American Legion. Listen, we're going to be back there. Tell your friends, tell your wives, tell your neighbors. Bring them on out to the American Legion. Next week is disco night. DJ Froggy Fresh is here with you for the tips. Tip your DJ. Tip your DJ. Thank God for the numbers and Linwood for the sponsors. It's the new slogan.
All right.
Looks like we got a Veritius machine going to the basement. No ice cream for you. Bloke, Girl, ML, going to the basement. Sir Cerulean going to the basement. Teapotty going to the basement. No ice cream. Hippie Poggy going to the basement. The Kuntzman to the basement. No ice cream. Basement time. Okay? Capanone. Capanone. You're going to the basement. Riding a dick. Going to the basement. Goodness L. Going to the basement. Yep, there's the Kuntzman back. I don't know how to ban him. Diddlease. Capper Till, you're going to the basement. Out of here. Moses, you are out of here for sure. Leninanen, Robin Child, you're going to the basement. Out of here. Mrs. Felony, out of here. Basement. Shady Jew, you must be sent over here from some of Jason Q's fellows. You're out of here. Out of here. Basement party. That's right. Suck me. Gone. Gone. Banned. No ice cream. Edley Junis. Gone. You are out of here. Send them shady Jews back over here. Jason Q get mad as hell. Oh, I'm just going to start mispronouncing everybody's name. Fuck it. Shart Roger, out of here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she needs to do a little research.
Brain fucker, you're gone. Well, who has a name like Brain fucker? That's not of the Lord or of the Lynn. You, sir, are not of the Lord, and you are not of the Lynn. You understand me? Out of the basement.
Even pointed at her when it goes off. It's pointed at the wall.
Brain fucker. Did you hear that, Mike?
There you go. Thank you, Julie, for sharing that. I just said the same thing, but thank you for sharing that. All right, guys. So we're an hour and a half in.
Trey Vavis, gone. Gone, Trey Vavis.
We're going to go ahead and jump to prayer.
You sound like one of them black fellers anyways, Trey Vavis.
I do have some new stuff coming out tomorrow.
Oh, there's Lynn Woods, everybody. Lynn Woods in the chat. Send them to the House of Windsor, he says. That makes sense.
The 32 governors with Christian W. and with things that she shared, and I'll have some of that for you as well. But
Brewski, 1971. Yep, out of here.
We're the majority, and Trump told us that tonight. Would definitely be a shocker, but I don't think it's one that's going to shock the world.
How do we get rid of Rotor Dick?
Who killed her?
Is that like Rotor Rooter? Rotor Dick, out of here. Dime Till, you're gone. Get out of here. Nickel Pill.
All right, the other thing I want you to be cautious with, real quick, I need to throw this out there. I spoke with a patriot earlier this week.
Somebody says, I'm crying here. Thank you. The Lord will bring you to tears.
Prosecuting several of the evilness that was stealing and laundering the money from the bank.
Cul-de-sac pussy, gone. Get out of here.
They're the ones responsible for the money laundering and stealing of the money. Okay? So you want to be careful about your banking. All right? Please know who you're banking with.
I want to clear the air. Bonafide told me that those fine women were hookers. Neither one of them would sleep with me. I don't know what's going on.
Yep. I'd love to see Joey Barry arrested. That'd be fun.
Mike, I'm trying to have a conversation with the chat here. There is no intel. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not time to talk about flat Earth. Those things are going to come out later.
My niece, Copper Pot, gone. Out of here.
Foremost, stopping the child sex trafficking and the will of God. I think many of us, and you can put your comments in here, but I think many of us chose not to fall in line with Dez right now. As the third video wasn't exactly what any of us anticipated, doesn't make us wrong or right, or him wrong or right either. No judgment being passed other than I don't believe he's sent by God, is the way I'm putting it.
Come on, guys. I got dyslexia.
Yeah, don't tell the Treasury that I sent you, okay?
Don't tell. Listen, I'd like to clear something up. I did not tell you to call the Treasury. Frog News did not tell you to call the Treasury. Doug did not tell you to call the Treasury. Doug, I'm going to go take a bathroom break. I just want you guys to know that's Mike's deal. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Mike, that's Mike. Why don't you ask Mike about it, okay? The Tata's Macanini to the basement. You can say wow over there all you want. No ice cream.
Wait till you become an American national is what you need to deal with. Either Nassar Jassara passes or you become an American national.
Oh, now you can't get your money. You either have to become a full American national or Nassar Jassara has to pass. That's weird.
Is how you need to cash in your bond money from your birth certificate.
Last week you were telling them to call.
Your immediate families, meaning your children, your spouse, those kind of things. The Nassar it'll be handled automatically, or you become an American nationalist, okay, which means you're going to get rid of your Social Security number. You no longer will play in the credit market. And look, and the more of us that become American nationalists, the more of us that don't have to pay taxes anymore, lawfully don't have to pay taxes, okay?
I hope they all get picked up on tax evasion.
We will thrive under the Republic.
Well, now his proof is that it says banknote on his birth certificate. That's the only proof he's willing to show.
Yeah, even through divorce, you still have your marriage license. You may have to split it with your ex-spouse, but I don't know how all that's working. I haven't been through there about the marriage license.
Oh, you get to claim your marriage license too. Awesome.
Three Gorge Dam, guys, they're going to announce that anytime now. It's going to end Bitcoin. It's going to end a lot of things. It's going to end China's control over the WHO. And
there's a better chance of Elon Musk ending Bitcoin than there is the Three Gorge Dam.
Which Trump talked about in the speech tonight. You have to catch it.
You had to catch it. He's throwing them, and Mike's always been a catcher.
It does look like he got arrested. He has not been seen since in the public sphere.
Come on, Mike. I can't do this anymore.
That's a deal she made. That's a good question. All that's going to be exposed very shortly. I can tell you that. But as far as everybody, for the most, we thank you graciously. Father, we thank you so much for the love and the grace and the peace.
Bow your head, every head bowed, every eye closed. I want to know who voted for Trump and who's going to vote for him in the secret military election. Please raise your hand now.
And we thank you for the continuation of others that are receiving this.
The Resurrector and the Redeemer, Don Juan, El Donaldo, Trumpo, 17, 19, 54, 26, Red Dog Leader, Hut, 369, damn, you're fine. Won't you sock it to me just one more time? Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. All right, here we go.
Good night, guys. I love you all. I'll see you in a group in a few minutes. I'm going to post all them stories.
Remember, never capitulate. That was a weird show, guys. I hope you got a chance to see it. I don't know. I missed it. Anyways, back to the main show, the show that everybody's been asking about. Let me fix my camera right quick. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall. Doug has a heart attack and then falls. All these bitches crawls. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. Hope you got to see the drone fly. If you didn't, it's over on this channel. Switch account. Thank you for the. Yeah, we had some donations coming in. Denise with $55. That's right. Thank you very much. If you didn't get to see the drone fly, we did a special stream last night over on Cold Beer Creations. And stop drinking that beer, Mike. It's bad for you. You guys can check it out over here. Go over there and sub. We did a live stream. That was fun. Thank you for hanging out with us. Someone said we sounded like robots, and now they know that we are secretly clones, my wife and I. I enjoyed having that stream. So that's this stream. It was fun. We played around with the drone. I'm still working on getting enough footage of it flying a mission to do a full video. So check out that channel. That's the channel for me and Liam play around with toys and shit. It's a lot of it's just me because I do it when he's in bed and stuff. But when we have when it's done, I take him with us and let him see it. So check that out. We had fun with it. Thank you for the donations. I'll be on Tuesday for sure with a fundraising stream. I'll be on iHeartRadio sometime this week. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, helping me make fun of Doug. Enjoy the presence of Doug. It's like he's here without him even being here. Everybody have a good night. Hug your family a little bit closer. I hear that Trump is coming back and then he's going to execute everybody who didn't take his vaccine from Operation Warp Speed. I don't know. That's just the intel I get from my downline. So you guys have a good one, and we will see you on the next one. Why? Because you can be anything when you believe in Dale Earnhardt.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
I want to see how this looked. I didn't actually get to see it, I don't think.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen.
It's hard to see, ain't it? We'll have to do it again in the daylight.
Piss them off.
But it is fun.
Get lit, get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set.
I tried to chase Mariah with it. She wasn't having it.
Not yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a
flew it through the porch. Look out.
In your mother's basement.
Daddy's a beast.
Don't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag
I ordered some bigger batteries a few weeks ago, and they were on back order. They should be coming in soon, and they should give me like 20 or 30 minutes. Oh no, 20 more minutes flight time. I should have like 40-minute flight times now.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believers? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking
And I crashed it right at the end. One of the motors had a short. I'm unsoldered.
like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like in King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make first. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buck.
Have a good night, everybody. See you the next time.
Yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is bombs and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research.
And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures, buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter, but it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes, physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us.